The PUBG Mobile Super League EMEA is back again today. We are ready and raring to kick things off. My name's John Allen. With me is Blank. We had a great start to the day yesterday, and it continued in the same vein as well. A great, entertaining set of performances on all 6 maps. We're hoping for the same again today.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy yesterday, right? RCV with their back-to-back over Arangel, and then you had the Moneymakers getting themselves a back-to-back on Miramar. So 2 teams staking their claims on 2 separate maps, which is great to see, obviously. And it was a bit of a surprise seeing the Moneymakers do so well overall. It was not what I was expecting. Regnum Kaya, Bra Esports, I think they did marvelously well against Silas, looking much more on form, like we saw him a couple of years ago.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at what all of those teams are going to be competing for. The prize pool, obviously, it is very much in the forefront of their minds, although there is always that PMWC qualification spot in the top 4 that they'll be thinking about towards the end of the finals. But the big money on the line here, 400k total in this prize pool. That's one hell of a piggy bank. We've got 227,500 of it for just those finals placements. So getting to the finals, very, very valuable.
Yeah, they threw the $500 there just to catch you off guard when reading off these totals. But yeah, there is a lot of money on the line for these players in the PMSL EMEA. I'm super happy to see it. Obviously, there is a few extra little things here going on too. This is our finals prize pool overall, 55k going to the winners in first place. Second place will be taking home 35k and 22k for that third place. But it's a nice even spread, so if you do make the finals, you're making money either way.
At least $5,000, and that is going to be pretty decent. On top of that participation reward of 2,000, if you make it to the finals, you're guaranteed at least $7,000, and you can spend that on one of those INFINIX GT20 Pros, the official smartphone partner of the 2024 PMSL EMEA Spring.
Yeah, proud to have them here repping us over at PUBG Mobile. You see all the players with them in hands in all their sparkling glory. So happy days for all of us. Well, we're not in the studio, but for happy days for all the players actually able to use that awesome device over in their games, which will be happening very shortly, a little bit more today.
Ooh. Very interesting. Very exciting. We've got plenty of those games coming up today. But we were talking before about how the Moneymakers really kind of came out swinging yesterday. And this is, of course, the impact they had on the overall standings of the tables. They started a little bit slower than Regnum Kaya Bra, but they certainly sped up towards the end, leaving a 2-point difference between them at the top of the tables here, Blank.
Yeah, I will say one thing for Regnum Kaya, they were much more consistent as the day went through, right? I don't think there were too many games where they dropped the ball. Even on Miramar, they were causing problems for the Moneymakers. I think they got themselves a second place on that last Miramar yesterday. So to be quite frank, I think for Regnum Kaya, the light at the end of the tunnel seems a little bit brighter than Moneymakers. I think they've got a little further to trudge in their tunnel towards getting towards that finals and eventually towards that PMWC, which is on everybody's minds right now. But for the Moneymakers, I do think they made a rather large statement. And as did NIGMA Galaxy. Well, mainly Coops did. That guy was absolutely killer yesterday.
Absolutely. Our MVP of yesterday, Blank, he was on an absolute tear. That 1v4v1 that he was able to win out with the chicken dinner, absolutely incredible. As we slide on down to the second page here, we've got a couple of teams that we want to do a little bit better. We want to see a little bit more from. S2G, FLUX, 2 very, very prominent names in the Türkiye region for their previous performances. Obviously, a couple of reshuffles, a couple of changes with Silas moving and things like that. We want to see a little bit more from these guys. We know they've got it in the back pocket. They just need to be able to pull it out once they've found their feet in this lobby.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate as well. I mean, you've got 3 of the Türkiye teams down towards the bottom 6. Like, come on, guys. It's time to step it back up. You guys were one of the best regions last year, but we have some more faces to be shown here. Obviously, some new up-and-comers into the PMSL EMEA. And honestly, very shortly, we're going to check out some stats coming through from the Moneymakers versus RCB, who have done really damn well.
They certainly have. The Moneymakers have made their mark so far. on this tournament, jumping up into that second place, going head-to-head, toe-to-toe with some of the strongest players in this region. You can see it's pretty neck and neck here. The placement's a little bit higher for Regnum Karya, and that's what you were alluding to earlier with that more consistent approach and that survival time also telling that story as well as average placement. But the difference in average elims is pretty noticeable there. The Moneymaker's certainly more of a hotshot team.
Yeah, I think that when they do take these crashes, they win them pretty handedly. And yeah, I think the average survival time, that's the biggest discrepancy between both of these teams, is just that RC Briar makes their way towards those end games a lot more consistently. And a lot of times that is really the clincher when it comes to these maps. Let's take a quick look at the team stats for the Moneymakers themselves. And as you can see, pretty much everyone is stepping up to the plate here, even Havlik, John.
Yeah, and he was only just a recent addition to the team as well, only like a couple of days ago, according to well, I was talking to Maxman about it earlier. It was like, it's crazy that Havlik has been able to assimilate with this team in such a consistent cohesive fashion, right? Because their third-party decision-making and execution has been phenomenal as of yesterday. So we're really, really happy that he's been able to find his feet within this roster at such short notice.
And although KAOS stats aren't the best overall in the team, they are fairly up there. But he was the first one to start making those big moves, those big calls, and the rest of the team sort of flowed behind him. But when you put Koa up against Coops from NIGMA Galaxy, the difference is absolutely wild, John.
It is quite insane what Coops was able to do yesterday. Certainly the standout member for NIGMA Galaxy, continuing the trend that he was able to show off last season in this region. A phenomenal opening day. The question for me, as kind of it always has been around NIGMA Galaxy with Coops in this roster, can the rest of the team keep up with his pace? Because at the moment, it's going well for them, sure, but they cannot just rely on these one solo player star shows.
Yeah, it just goes to show that, either region like North America produce amazing talent.
Even them.
And then you get things like the EMEA. Unfortunate. But I'm happy to see Coops here, honestly. He's a breath of fresh air in terms of mechanical ability. And he does things very differently to some players that we know are rising stars, because in moments it feels like something just clicks for him and he switches it on, he locks it in, John, and he gets it done. So there's situations like yesterday where he took that 1v4 into the 1v1. I don't think many players would have had the confidence in themselves to make that kind of thing happen.
No, I mean, sometimes you just know. Sometimes you just get that feeling, and he ran with it. It was really quite phenomenal to watch. We had a lot of really, really strong players coming out from across the board. But we're looking forward to more strong plays today. We are going to be looking at this schedule here with what is in store for us, the menu, if you will, for today's smorgasbord of PUBG Mobile action here at the Super League. Sanhok to kick things off, of course, then a triple billing of Arangel, which will be punctuated by our TDM, our challenge match, and then 2 Miramars at the end of the day to cap it all off.
Yeah, absolutely. So, as always, starting things off hot on Sanhok, where it does get a little bit spicy. We'll see if we see some more of those hot drops we saw from yesterday coming through. Perhaps Arangel, the fight between Team Spirit and BEŞİKTAŞ might come to a conclusion eventually, maybe. You'd hope it would. BEŞİKTAŞ needs to pull themselves up from the bottom of the tables, and currently Team Spirit's doing just fine despite that. Even so, we are having a shuffle on the groups here, John. So take a quick look at the new group that's heading in, which is Group B here.
That's Virtus Pro, Istanbul Wildcats, next Ruya, who have partnered up together. That's one team, sorry, yes. So you can see them there, IWNRX. Na'Vi as well, with their re-entry to the esports with a glistening new roster, and the Gladiators as well. Their first debut here, and they will be up against Kitsune over on Team Spirit as well. You can see that team over in Group E.
Yeah, and I think for Gladiators, more than likely we're going to see a Northwest drop from them. I'd imagine they'd hold on to it, considering we didn't see a lot of teams taking up that position yesterday, and when they did, felt like they weren't 100% with it in that location. I'm sort of expecting Gladiators to drop in that spot.
we'll have to wait and see if they're able to make it work. And speaking of hot drops, this is the 3D Max S2G hot drop over on the north, over in Yasnaya, as we hop straight on over to one of the other hot drops that we've been seeing in the past. This is the replays from yesterday, just showing how brutal it was at the beginning of the games and transferring that over towards the end. Team Spirit playing with two seemed to be their signature style yesterday, Blank.
Yeah, it really didn't go so well in terms of numbers. That wasn't awesome. However, every single time they were down to just a couple of players, they were able to salvage their games, which is the most important thing to happen there. Rob's yesterday looking just as stellar as he always has, and that is a really admirable trait to have as a player, is to be able to maintain that kind of skill for such a long amount of time, and in unfavorable team setups for himself, where some of the players on his squad have been slacking at times. He's kept that play up to the bar, which is awesome to see. These are Team Spirit's stats from yesterday, and you can see Nomi, previous MVP of, I believe it was PMPL EU4 last year, still holding it down. 389, that's a lot of damage, John.
On average as well. That is really, really great to see. And I feel like there is that glaringly obvious difference that sits on the end of this row with Kitsune. 0 average eliminations, 6 minutes average survival time compared to the rest of the team all over
like
13 minutes. That is not good enough, quite frankly, to be sat with the rest of this team. I know we talk about his prowess in terms of the strategy, in terms of his presence as a strong mind over this battlefield, but those numbers just aren't good enough to be bringing to the table. Day one, maybe things can change.
I was just laughing because it looked almost like he was frowning down at his own scores from the picture that they had taken of him. Hopefully that frown turns upside down by the end of this tournament. I'm hoping at least. 6 minutes is pretty catastrophic in terms of survival time for your first day here. But shortly we'll be heading in towards our matches. First one will be Sanhok. And I think that it is those first 3 matches of the day that we have seen been really quite difficult for a lot of these teams in terms of the hot drops coming through, in terms of teams taking advantage of the fact that a lot of players are fresh to one another here. They haven't quite sussed each other out. So early cheeky rotations like we saw from yesterday, 3D Max able to move on that South Coast, cut off Team Spirit early on. That was big.
See if those early positions repeat themselves. This was, I think, the first knife fight on the rooftop. And then it was followed up swiftly with a second. This is 2 different matches, I believe, Blank. So don't jump the gun. There was a third as well, a triple billing of this engagement around the farm area. But this is something we called into question yesterday, right? It was Team Spirit. And, well, to be fair, more BEŞİKTAŞ sticking to their guns on this one. Because on Arangels, you get only 3 matches with the lineup, with the roster of teams that exists each day. Sanhok is a little bit more sparse. You only get 1 Sanhok per group arrangement, right? Because each day, obviously, a group sits out. It's different every day, and you only get 1 Sanhok a day. So you can sort of see those swap around. However, I'm imagining every time we see both BEŞİKTAŞ and Team Spirit in the game, it's going to be the same until BEŞİKTAŞ take the L, because right now you can see just how much further down the tables they're ending up, with Team Spirit gaining so much more value from their games, even if they have been curtailed somewhat by those fights.
I love our position group. Really. Not rub it into the thing, but prove a point. And to be honest with you, a point needs to be proven to them, because it seems to not be going into their heads. It's unfortunate to see.
Absolutely. Well, our production team's been given some grief to BEŞİKTAŞ. Let's see if some of these players have a little bit of grief to give one another as well.
I would like to face off in a 4v4 situation for the chicken dinner, the team footballists, because right now they are not performing well.
The region that I think will climb the victory is the Arabic region, because we're playing in it.
We can't do stupid things anymore. We can't throw. We always start good. By the way, he's a new player.
We start good, and then
we start good in the tournament, and then we throw at the end somehow. I don't know, bro. Yeah, but before this guy, I swear, before this guy came, bro, Like we always have bad start and then we make the comeback at the end. And it was the best.
Now it's the opposite.
When this guy comes, it became the opposite, bro. So I'm thinking like, maybe we need to change it.
We should forget searching for Russian teams. Maybe go more on Turkish teams like S2G, Twist, and
Yeah, because
Arabic teams are the weakest.
Russian teams are very strong, like team spirit.
If we talking about 4v4 in where only gun skill matter, we're gonna go for EMEA team for sure.
EMEA are more like playing for placement points, and for us they are more weaker in terms of gun skills probably.
I think Europe has the best teams, to be honest. Like overall.
Yeah, but I think because
I think Turkey is the most.
there is more Turkish teams.
Turkish?
Yeah,
I don't
there are
think
like
so.
5 teams.
Europe have solid, all of their teams are good, you know, but Turkey, like digital athletics, they're not so good, to be honest.
Yeah, football is also
and
Middle
others,
East is also not good.
Footballist.
Middle East and Africa also not so good.
I think they're the worst in this tournament.
Yeah, I think so too. Except us though.
Yeah.
I think there is a competition for us, of course, but I feel like our team is really ready for this tournament, and it's not going to be a hard competition for us.
So why we will win the PMSL 2024? Because we have a good gun skill, a lot of communication and synergy.
I want to face NIGMA Galaxy in 4v4 because they're too easy. I think Rauf will choke under the pressure and make his team die early.
I think the king of excuses will be money makers because of Bishki. He likes to make a lot of excuses of why he loses, and yeah, I think money makers.
I would like to face off in a 4v4 situation for the chicken dinner, the team footballists, because right now they are not performing well.
The region that I think will climb the victory is the Arabic region because we're playing in it.
With all due respect to everyone, everyone.
Certainly,
Whoa.
some fighting words coming out there from our players. Beautiful stuff. You'd love to see it. I really like this sort of emerging rivalry. Well, I say emerging, I suppose it's pretty entrenched. This rivalry sat between the Moneymakers and NIGMA Galaxy, obviously with Bishke coming from NIGMA Galaxy, getting that transfer in to his new roster on the Moneymakers. It's going to be quite interesting to see how that bears out, and certainly it's weighing on the minds of the players because we heard from both of them there just who they want to take on in those 4v4s, in those engagements playing.
Yeah, I mean, there seems to be a lot of bad blood between some of these teams. Honestly, I'm quite all for it because we do have this situation now where we have a lot of cross-pollination in terms of players into separate teams, where you have these guys that have been around for a while. It's a pretty rock-solid tournament format now in terms of the ecosystem. I'm really pleased that we're seeing the same faces time and time again on different rosters, trying to figure out where do they belong, where do they perform best. And I think that we are slowly getting towards that position. Either way, there's always going to be roster changes. You know, someone's got to lose at the end of the day. Someone's got to pull Unicorns of Love and just completely rebuild the roster. But in this situation, I'm happy to see all these teams starting to kind of find their personalities a little bit more, because I think that's what we were missing. And being in the studio is the best place to let out some of that personality.
Absolutely. This is it's great to see that they're taking it all in stride as well. Ralph's certainly in good spirits with the rest of his team. He was even giving grief to Coops, who's been so far ostensibly carrying them on the performance.
That was rude.
I mean, to be fair, he did say that Coops is the guy who lets them start really, really strong, and he has done exactly that so far. So maybe Ralph knows exactly what's up.
Sleepy Coops, you know, it starts off really good. Amazing morning person, very tired at the night time when it comes to the end of the tournament, just falls off heavily. I hope that's not the case. I'm hoping he's able to continue going. But yeah, you can also unleash the beast alongside with these players. You're going to crack one open now. So thank you very much to Monster Energy for sponsoring the show.
Neil's there, pleased with his gift from the cameraman. Excellent stuff.
I've seen this before.
Oh, yes. A can of Monster. And to be fair, it seems like they're going to be trying to keep those cracking as they carry on with the day. Falcons.
I get it. Kraken's a monster.
That's true. I've heard of that guy. Not very nice. Falcons, they haven't had the best of starts to their matches yesterday, but there were a couple of chuckles there in the camp. They are going to keep things together. A couple of roster swaps for them as well, but they managed to pull it all back. We'll see if they're able to have a better result today with Group B teams in the mix.
I like the heroic. That's the coolest camera around.
Okay.
Honestly, for heroic, I think they had a pretty good day as well. You know, it wasn't blazing hot, but it wasn't horribly cold either. I think that they took the correct locations around the map, just not necessarily being able to hold on to them for as long as they would like. But it is promising to at least see from heroic that they understand where they need to make these rotates to. For them, I think that what they should think about improving the most at the moment is certainly those gunfights. There's a difficulty to them, and I think it's more of a timidness coming through from that team right now. Because, as I've said, it looks like they know what they're doing, right? You know, the head's screwed on, the brain is whirring. It's just in those fights, perhaps they're getting a little bit jittery in the wrong moments.
Certainly no jitters to be seen from Coops on the end there. With the addition of Lufa to the team, the import coming through, the Philippines, player from the Philippines, a really great addition seemingly to this roster so far. And they are getting ready to go in once more. See if they can take on the Moneymakers and keep themselves up towards the top. I mean, look at that. Coops just all the top scores on literally everything there, pumping up those averages for the rest of the team as well. See if he can keep that pace up, because Ralph's called it out. He might slow down at some point, but today it's only day 2.
Yeah, again, though, I think that we have put a lot of emphasis on Coops, and I think it's rightly so that we put a lot of emphasis on Coops, but I do want to keep bringing up Lord here, because 424, 1.5 eliminations average, that's nothing to laugh at or scoff at whatsoever. Honestly, really, really pleased to see that Lord is continuing to evolve as a player, and I think it's super helpful to have someone like Coops on the team, because Lord's always been a pretty strong player overall, but I don't think he challenged himself enough back in the day. You know, they were a team that played really safe. They didn't take the craziest of rotations. They came in very late a lot of the time, and I sort of don't think that challenged Lord enough to realize his true potential. Now you've got this new kid on the block in Coops, who is just showing everyone what for, and I think Lord wants a little bit more of that. So it's really, really cool to see like him actually realizing that, you know, he could do this all along, just held back a little bit by NIGMA Galaxy's famous slow playstyle.
Unleashed a little bit there. We'll see if they can keep adding rope to it. If the fans come on, keeping the phones nice and cool. Brute Force getting locked in for the first match of the day. Of course, it is going to be the jungle. Again, it is Sanhok, northeast down towards that southwest, so right down the middle.
Sanhok to kick things off. Like you said, heading in from that northeast side down towards the southwest towards Tambang. Players jumping out very quickly here. Again, yesterday you weren't around. There was a couple of hot drops coming through, some early skirmishes. We do have a new group in, so we're not entirely sure what we're going to see for this one until we do get the drops coming in. But as I said beforehand, Gladiators looking like they will be confirming on that drop up towards the Northwest Island. It sort of makes sense that Team Spirit, majority of the players from that side were on Major Pride. They held down boot camp. So Kitsune is just kind of standing in there for them. But Matic back to his home ground. And Regnum Karya Bra actually take a knock at the start of this one. That's versus Moneymakers. This is a massive fight unfolding in front of us, John.
Right for the top of the tables as well. Kiss has gone down, but 2 flushes sent back their way. Icy will be taken out of the mix entirely there. RCB playing on with 3. And they are going to keep pushing on forwards, confirming these flushes. They've added up 3 total now, and the Moneymakers are starting to falter. Koa, last to stand, has got not really too much there. I think that's a crossbow and a double barrel on side. Pops one of them. might look for the reload here. Not a lot of health on side for Silas, but against a double barrel, you're going down in one shot pretty much anyway. So it doesn't really matter as much. Koa pulling the pin on a nade, wants to put it down the stairs, slow things down. Keeping the cook on. Might put the nade back in, but no, pops it out the window. Nearly able to get it. Silas now tucked away. But Koa keeping his wits about him. Ducking around, hearing those footsteps. Silas knows exactly where he is. Allows the rest of his team to move up the staircase, suppressing him back. And nice team play from RCB, but they lose Kiss in the process.
Yeah, and again, this is something that we highlighted yesterday. Is it just the team play is phenomenal coming through from RCB. Looking really good here. Heroic, though, do stumble their way down the hill. Zachariah, who had himself a pretty cool couple of moments yesterday, looks to attempt to remove RCB. Very fortunate they were able to set up that engagement versus Koa so quickly. Duck back in, potentially get some more equipment, loot back on board. Team Spirit, though, sent Nomi down, as well as Effect towards that Confluence compound. So there is knowledge of what's going on in this area. The circle going down south. Potential for these players to move down that way, but it is BEŞİKTAŞ coming up against Onyx Ravens.
Ooh, this is all the way down on the south side near Camp Charlie. You've got Virtus Pro on the outskirts of this as well, so even once this fight concludes, there's still danger waiting in the wings. The Onyx Ravens not having the best of time right now on Camp Charlie, but it looks like they will spot out Furia from Virtus Pro and take him down first. Lath now pushing up close towards Milky Way, who's jumping in the car and trying to get out of there as fast as possible. Can't really blame him. Virtus Pro down to 3. As the last player for the Onyx Ravens tries to stand strong.
For Virtus Pro, this is their entry match to the tournament. Wild. It's ripped apart by the DBS from Hassan. That's RCB going down in 15th. So Moneymakers, as well as RCB, deliver each other the knockout punch as the bell rings. They won't be going any further in this match.
Not this time
Virtus
around.
Pro, on the other hand, yeah, not this time around. Virtus Pro, on the other hand, 2 eliminations. Just Malloy stuck in a pretty hairy situation here, John.
They pushed in towards the back of this fight to try and get that third party onto BEŞİKTAŞ and their engagement over in Camp Charlie, but they've lost a player. They get a little bit overzealous, a bit too close to the danger here. They have paid the price for it. The question is, are they going to get any of those losses recouped in the process of this? Because they're right on the south cut of this circle, Blanket, and it's unsure as to where they're going to have to go. So maybe taking a position further north and guarding out the exits from Camp Charlie, controlling that bridge might net them a better result. But at this point, Malloy, Corker, both really quite committed to this location.
Yeah, it's very unlikely you get yourself extricated out these buildings. You have to make a very quick dash for it. Malloy takes his chances, able to slip by, in fact, which was fairly incredible. Spotted by Corker, who is honestly a really strong off-angle player. Catches people off guard so many times from the positions that he takes. So nothing to scoff out. So Malloy is able to be rescued here. Extracted from a difficult position. It took Gus, actually, to run out from that top side.
He's made it work.
Around the back there. Yeah, he's made it work.
It's gone all right. It's gone all right. I mean, losing one, it's not the end of the world on Sanhok, but keeping yourselves together as 4 can get really, really important towards those later circles. Losing that power early on, not the greatest of news. Heroic, in the meantime, they swept through. We saw them take the final elimination over towards RCB in Painan. They will claim that central rotation area with Team Spirit up to their north and the Gladiators who have regrouped onto that Confluence compound. Na'Vi playing around that ruin split towards Tambang as well.
I mean, again, you sort of look at this from Heroic, and it comes back to what I was talking about at the beginning of the show, right? Which is the fact that they're a smart team, right? I respect that about them. There's definitely intelligence there from these guys. They hear the fighting going on. They hear that it sounds pretty scrappy. They're still clearing out one player when they're coming through, because it was silence for quite a while. They're able to remove that position. But it's not just a case of we take this third party. I don't think they would take it every single time, but it's important for them to take this third party to control Painan, which is quite the focal point with this circle. So Heroic, quick decision making leads to them gaining a really strong position with the circle early on. But Team Spirit's had information of this fight for quite some time, with Nomi to feed back that information. So they take the crossroads here.
I feel like that fast response has been quite characteristic of the early stages of this tournament so far. A lot of teams making some good fast calls and reactions and playing a little bit more aggressive on these third parties early game. And I really like to see that development in this region. I feel like it creates better dynamics towards the middle of the game. Certainly, it makes it more interesting from my perspective, but I also think it's valuable for these teams as well to be able to play towards that style. It's a sort of style that we've seen from other regions in the past to be very successful. So I'm glad that it's really taking a hold at the early stages of this tournament. We'll see if it continues to reign strong. Looks like we're going to the mainland for this next shift. Right in the middle, you've got next Ruya in the middle on that junction compound. Very, very strong stuff. And Spirit control that walled compound out to the west.
Yeah, for them, it's not a bad spot at all to be holding down. But these Gladiators now have to make that crossing. Famously bad at this crossing as well, John. That was with Kitsune back then. So they have made some roster changes here for the Gladiators. Curious to see what their approach is currently, keeping it fairly chilled out. But coming against Team Spirit, it's an awkward situation. There is serious rivalry there between Kitsune and his old squad. Kitsune knows all the bells and whistles from that team as well, IGLing them in the past.
They'll know their tricks. They'll know their strengths and weaknesses. They'll be on the lookout for it. BEŞİKTAŞ continuing to put pressure onto Virtus Pro, who have had quite an unsuccessful start down towards Camp Charlie. BEŞİKTAŞ definitely having a good time now on the south side of this circle. They've managed to get one player across the river as well, which is going to be invaluable for their crossings that's yet to come. Korka and Malloy, now 2 players left for Virtus Pro. If they can get Kikali back up, getting across this bridge might be a lot easier because of that focal point, that anchor that they've been able to establish on the other side of the river in Lewis.
Yeah, but BEŞİKTAŞ at the moment, this is not been a terrible start to their game. I think they sort of let Virtus Pro slip through their fingers earlier, but they were able to catch up. Cheeky position there from Pose. They were able to take down at least one of the players, and now it's just Malloy and Korka. 2 really good players, but again, you're having to move quite a long distance into the circle. No vehicle to make it happen. Even if you are 2 strong players, this is a difficult crossing. This is where you realistically want to be close towards the center and sort of just pull out the newspaper, have a sit and a read rather than doing any fighting.
Speaking of fighting, NIGMA Galaxy not going to let that one last too long at all. Twisted Minds eliminated, and looks like they're very, very healthy. Only the 1 elimination found, though, given over to Coops, which makes me think it was the heroic knocks that came through for the most part onto Twisted Mind, but that's not going to stop him. Coops able to get the knock over towards Hassan on heroic.
Yeah, right now, Twisted Minds are playing 1 man down due to sickness. It's really unfortunate here.
Whoa!
Ragnarok, though, he's sick with it.
That looked a little bit hairy for Ragnarok there, but he finally lands the shot with a DBS, trying to ADS with it as well. Drops from the top rope, but Lord has an answer. This is Lord's time to try and pick up the pace. When Coops is down, you said you wanted to see it from him. Give him a little bit more leash and unleash him there. Now's the chance. Will want to hold down the line to allow his team to move in and get that res onto Coops. Keep themselves up as 3 after losing their first.
Yeah, there's that hunger there from Lord. And it's something I want to keep going. Unfortunately, they are beset upon all sides right now. Ooh. Literally scissored between 2 teams and cut directly in half. It is awkward, to say the least. Lufa send a nade through. It's awkward for himself, but Hassan also takes a massive chunk. Lufa doesn't stop, though.
He's going to play on the inside. Volt there pressures the first aid and will take him down. And with it, NIGMA Galaxy falls at the top of the tables, starting to wilt just that little bit there, which is not the greatest of news. Gladiators trying to make this crossing. Matic's already down and flushed as Team Spirit are able to pick up those pieces.
Na'Vi here. First game of their tournament. You got Six, Gonzo, Axa, Puncher. Really well-renowned roster here. Been together for a long time as well. Back on Titans, over towards Falcons White, now here on Na'Vi. A really, really good team, actually. And one that we can't really discount. I think there are some significantly good EU rosters. But I think for when you look over towards Na'Vi's fielding, this is a good squad to be playing with. I think they were sort of thrust into, again, like I said yesterday, thrust into a very difficult situation where they were playing against some of the most ridiculously strong teams in the world last year. But still, they did decently well off the back of it. So now playing in a little bit more of a, I'd like to say chill setting, but it's still the Super League. I'm hoping they can find themselves a few more tactics to stick in the back belt here.
Unfortunate, Axa catches the back of Tixie. AZ trying to stay alive here, but can't quite step up to the plate there. It's going to be the Gladiators eliminated in far from illustrious fashion. 11th place on their first innings. That crossing, historically, pretty tricky for them, and it will not change today. Naomi has sights onto the Na'Vi cross as well, but Axa doesn't get pulled out just yet.
Yeah, I was going to say, did you expect anything else coming through from Gladiators on Sanhok? If you say anything to go by for the past few years, if you're a Gladiators fan, and by God, I know there's a lot of you, me included, they are going to suck on Sanhok, okay? Until they prove me wrong.
Wow.
I'm sticking by that statement, but they're just going to suck on Sanhok. They're much better over on Miramar as well as Arangel, and that makes up 5/6 of the map pool, right? So I think for them, it's more important to make sure they get the points there. Again, I think we can sort of scratch this off the card for now for the Gladiators, right? We know you're going to do terribly on Sanhok, so it doesn't come as a surprise to us. But please do better on Arangel and Miramar. I'd like to see this change in the roster, at least bring the team up to speed a bit.
BEŞİKTAŞ taking a little bit of damage from up the hill, but able to sequester themselves a little bit safer, try and get on through towards Poser's position. A hard southwest shift, and it is going to be IW next Ruya on that junction compound in a really, really strong area. S2G as well on the north have a good chance to take the compound that's further north up on the road, and Kelsey does exactly that. That's going to allow them to control so much of the north side. The difficulty, I think, is if Team Spirit look to cross or if Na'Vi look to crash, potentially Kelsey is in danger here on his own if S2G do not regroup in time or don't respond to a threat being made by the positioning from Team Spirit.
Yeah, I think, honestly, when I look at Kelsey, his position was pretty good early on over towards that western side, providing information back towards the team. This is a really good spot to play from. Has a good bit of high ground to play around with. You have the backstop set up in kind of that triangular formation. That's that initial shot from Volt. Really nicely done. I think that would catch anyone off guard. I do feel a little bit sorry for NIGMA Galaxy there because they got rinsed by that one. The drive-by.
Definitely tough pill to swallow. Brute Force trying to swing around, wheel on to the north side. Falcons have spotted Ado just over the ridge line. We'll be able to duck back behind it, and Ragnar will keep him cowered down as Brute Force try and push in on this north edge. S2G, they have taken a knock in CEO later, who seems to be bleeding out, but they managed to... Oh, yeah, they did get the res. They brought him back up, did get that heal off as well, and they'll look to regroup towards, I believe, Kelsey now to play that hillside out to the east of that compound.
Yeah, we've got quite a few four-man teams here as well, and towards our final circles, right, going into stage 5, which is sort of curious. It's not something you usually see here on Sanhok. I think it is sort of afforded by a lot of the positions and a lot of the early fighting going on, which opens up a huge amount of space, which isn't necessarily always available here on Sanhok. For S2G, though, this is sort of a chance to prove themselves from yesterday, which was a pretty horrid showing from them. Considering where we've seen them before in the past, the heights that they've reached, yesterday, it did not look good whatsoever.
Not the illustrious performance that they would have wanted. Na'Vi on the south side here, near that walled compound, will have to make their decision as to where to move. The next circle kind of moves right on top of IW and RX. It's a really, really strong compound to defend, to hold it off. They're playing the 4-point hold right now on every single corner of this compound, which is going to make it difficult to move unnoticed. But if you can find an avenue, if you can isolate the sightlines with smokes, it's going to be a little bit treacherous to hold this split for much longer.
Yeah, it's a really, really strong split that can go very wrong very quickly. If a team's able to move up towards one of these buildings and you don't have the regroup come through in time, and you're not able to take these shots confidently, and you let teams just walk up on you, yeah, you can isolate one player very easily, and suddenly you've got a leak in the boat that needs to be patched up, boarded up real quick. Heroic, though, from that south side, causing some big problems there for Na'Vi as they attempt to get themselves out from this dugout that they found themselves in.
Playing further down south, Team Spirit now started a regroup effect covering this rotation. Naomi wants to establish up on the high ground and give that cover in turn. Naomi going down on the forefront, though, makes it a little bit harder. They're going to have to cool their jets for a moment. But AXA certainly not going to be let to lie there, as Heroic have started to be wheeling around this map quite effectively. They've had quite an impact so far, taking down that Pioneer earlier. 7 eliminations so far this match, and it looks like they're going to continue that trait over towards Na'Vi.
Yeah, right now for Heroic, it's really important they get as many elimination points as possible. You're afforded this gorgeous high ground down towards that south side, right? You're not going to be there for long, so for Heroic, really, you take this chance whilst you can, understanding that it might be pretty difficult in that late game to get yourself a third, second, or first place. But right now, at least you can pick up so many points as players try and get close over towards next Ruya.
And this is the power of that 4-point hold that we're seeing right now. Everybody who's trying to move forwards, getting cut down. It does go a little bit closer towards S2G, and if they can sweep the other teams away before they make their push over towards IW next Ruya, then there's a potential there to move in from that north side to have a chance. Team Spirit, I thought they were just going to be all down to just Kitsune, but it looks like the crawl forwards has worked out for them, and they might be able to get up to 3.
Yeah, they were running and jumping, and it was very much purposeful where they jumped as well. Jumping in midair when they get shot, so it kind of shunts them a little bit further towards a circle. A planned death, you could say, or maybe I'm giving them too much credit, who knows. For next Ryu, though, really good position, and to be honest with you, you couldn't have played this position any better than they currently have done. Like I said, you need to be constantly on the swivel for these players. You understand that you are a man alone on an island inside each one of these compounds, and you need to be a defense, a fortress in your own right. And I think they've provided that presence within the lobby. It's making it very difficult for any team to get close to them with at least 4 members.
Brute Force in a pretty tough position right now. Everybody who needs to get in is pushing in from behind, but they can't really hold on the other side of the cover that they'd like to take because of this central position in the compound. However, they will be able to weather it for just a little bit longer with 1 player remaining. BEŞİKTAŞ on the southeast side may be going a little bit lower now. First Sanhok we saw yesterday, Blank. It was Team Spirit's match, and they might be able to do something with this here as well.
Yeah, it's a real clutch match as well. 3 players right now. Freezer opts to sit down. I think for S2G, you sort of have to come to the conclusion that we just got to wait out for this next circle and play sort of together with Team Spirit, because unless the circle moves away from next Ruya, which it doesn't, very unlikely you're able to find the win here. Yes, there's some hard cover towards this location, a couple of rocks, etc. It really depends how many nades the boys from next Ruya have been able to save. It looks like they've saved a couple as they take down at least one of the members there from Team Spirit, get a knock through.
Over onto Kitsune as well. He was their south point, so a big reposition will need to come through. Looks like Naomi's going to make that dash. Naomi giving cover there. Zed will force to duck back in, go for the heal, who had the main sightline out towards Kitsune. Naomi goes down in the meantime to S2G, and that is pretty disastrous for the forwards campaign here. Another nade going over the top. Not going to stop things, though, and an answer from S2G over towards the final player from Brute Force, trying to make it work. The play zone finally claims Kitsune. I think there might have been a re-knock there, but either way, It's not looking good as Team Spirit going down. And actually, that was the flush going over to IW next Ruya. It's all up to S2G.
Yeah, S2G's handled that position on that north side really well, slowly pushing down, getting rid of targets where they could, immediately swiveling on over towards Team Spirit as soon as they saw that the circle wasn't going towards them. Until now, that is. Now this affords an awesome opportunity for potentially S2G to take this game. Next zone will be zone 9, so it will just fully close in. And for S2G, they've got a lot of the space to play around with. They need to keep them at bay. KAOS does have a couple of grenades, and that's the big changer for them.
It does.
It's impressive that next Ryu's been able to hold on to so much utility, John.
It does mean, however, that they can't really step too far forwards. S2G, if they get into nade range, that's kind of curtains, because you play those forward rocks, immediately you're getting naded out. If Swain can land something valuable here, but both sides are looking to cook up these nades now. Playing in the middle, this northern approach to the compound, covered in rocks, just so much easier to move up towards this compound from this direction when there's nobody else looking your way. In a straight-up fight, the northern side, generally the more powerful one, and KAOS pops the nade forwards. CEO later goes down on the flank, on the off angle, but as they hop out the windows, it's just a shooting gallery here. With Zed Wolf the last to stand, S2G holding the outside really, really effectively. This is exactly what they needed to try and turn their story around.
Yeah, this looks so much better from S2G. Compared to yesterday, this is night and day. Zed Wolf finds at least one of the knocks here, but he's on the barest amount of HP. 2v1, not likely to end any other way. Crazy tries to bait out the shot, and will finally find it. Honestly, when you get to towards that situation, you get that random shift over towards that north side. KAOS made the right decision at the right time, which is you take up Lion's Rock there, which gives you great sight lines with a third-person perspective over towards where they're leaving. And I think they dropped most of the nades over towards KAOS, so he could do just that, prevent them from leaving that building. There's only one exit point on that right side. So for S2G, this is sort of a game that's won off of experience, and then being able to take that experience and consolidate it into a strong performance in game. So very, very pleased to see that from S2G, considering yesterday was just honestly shocking.
It was not great. It was not what we wanted to see from them. And the skill as well to hold out Team Spirit on that western edge, who did get pretty deep into that game as well, it has to be said, with a decent elimination total. Sanhok going pretty well for Team Spirit, which is great to see that they are going to be able to keep that up after winning it yesterday, performing again on the same map, a good result for them. But it was definitely S2G who made the most of that map. They played on that northern side, they played that split, they regrouped when they needed to, and you explained just then exactly how they were able to crunch down on that IW next through your hold, where by all accounts, I think a lot of people would have predicted them. Given Zone 5 around that sort of time in the map, a lot of people would have just thrown that prediction at IW next Ruya, and maybe not discounted S2G, but thought, oh, well, it's just an outside chance that they're going to be able to take this one.
Yeah, honestly, I think S2G plays a really good spot. It's super... It's the complete opposite either side, right? It's the two sides of the coin, where you have S2G playing mobile from the hilltops, just taking cover on the sides. And then you got next Ryu in the buildings. I think there's potentially a world where next Ryu realizes that they've taken out a lot of the competition. They flex out of the compounds towards the end. I think it was just going so well for them that they didn't even consider the possibility that it shifts that hard up towards the northern edge and also into Lion's Rock and the other hard cover in that position. So they get dealt a pretty bad hand at the end. I think that's a thing that could be circumvented by, like I said, an early leave from the compound and then try and pressure S2G as they make their way further through those trees before they get to the rocks. But again, it's a difficult thing to do. And either way, they got a lot of elimination points, good amount of placement points. And for S2G, you sort of give it to them there.
I mean, they take it. That's kind of the long and the short of it. They managed to play that masterfully around the end. So great stuff from S2G to put themselves on top here in the first match of day 2. They will accrue 17 points for their troubles. IW next Ruya on 13 points for the match, and there's Team Spirit on 10, keeping the train going, keeping that Team Spirit motivation, that momentum moving forwards, which is exactly what they needed to keep up. Because yesterday, I mean, especially towards the end, it felt like they were starting to flag just a little bit. With the performances of the teams above them as well not being so strong, with teams like Moneymakers, like NIGMA Galaxy, like RCB all going down. 4 points for RCB was the highest that was accrued ahead of them. They can start to put a dent in that gap that sits ahead of them, with two of the teams as well ahead of them in the tables, Foot and 3D Max, not playing today. They're likely going to be pushing up towards that third place position.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Spirit, they're sort of the old trusty truck, right? They're a great starter. It's just a question of how far that thing goes.
Absolutely. Well, we'll have to wait and see if they can keep on trundling, or if someone's going to overtake them on the outside. We'll see you after the break. After a great performance from S2G on the northern side, approaching the compound in the middle of Sanhok, they're able to claim the chicken dinner in the first match of today. A good turnaround and a good start to what could be a little redemption arc at the start of the PMSL EMEA. We're going to be getting into match 2, and it's going to be Arangel next up.
Yeah, I'm excited for a bit of Arangel action. Obviously, we've got 3 matches of it to play, and we got a slice in the middle there for TDM. That's NIGMA Galaxy going up against the Moneymakers. A little bit of rivalry, we could say, from BEŞİKTAŞ, who used to be over on NIGMA Galaxy. They think Ralph's going to choke. Who knows? I'm excited to see them throw it down, because the gauntlet has already been thrown down by Coops himself.
Absolutely. He's the one who called out the challenge, although I'm not too sure if it was entirely his decision. It seems like the rivalry will continue, though, between these 2 rosters, and they want to take it to the TDM. Very keen to be able to take that fight to one another as we head into map number 2. It will be Arangel, of course, for the first time today, the first of 3 that we're going to be seeing.
Again, we do have Team Spirit as well as BEŞİKTAŞ in the game at the moment. Oh, are we going to see that same thing? We get the hot drops coming through for 3 games in a row, or is BEŞİKTAŞ going to leave Team Spirit alone, or vice versa? It might be just we give up from Team Spirit because you don't seem to see reason, and we'll head elsewhere for this.
Ooh, I'm seeing a movement. You can see Tospik moving north for BEŞİKTAŞ. So potentially, it is a readjustment here. A lot of competition heading out towards Georgia Pole at this point. Look at the number of teams moving in. I think I'm counting about 4 teams in this mix. Heroic, I think, stopping short, turning around, trying to drop towards Hospital. Gladiators, they have dropped historically in North George, but maybe they'll turn their attention to South George as well, try and get a little bit of a split position there, as Onyx Ravens look to take post in North George. A split drop as well for BEŞİKTAŞ out to the east side of Georgia Pole.
For BEŞİKTAŞ here, not going to be dropping on top of Team Spirit this time around. Circle does head down towards that south side, so it is Team Spirit benefiting from the fact that BEŞİKTAŞ gets it together and decides it's not worth it. Some teams, it takes them 2 weeks to realize this. So, if anything, I'm gonna give this to them. Well done, BEŞİKTAŞ. My hat goes off to you. I've seen far worse behaviors from teams just refusing to leave a compound for a very, very long time. Team Spirit, though, still keen to get in with the action early on as they lose 1 player. Right off the get-go.
Looks like they've got the backup, though, to be able to keep that one nice and safe. Nomi turning him around. The vehicle claimed, sure, and actually it looks like they might be a little bit on the hunt. Perhaps they're just going for the backup to make sure that they can stay up as 4, because they haven't really been allowed to do so far in Arangel. Starting as 4, a luxury they have not been afforded yet. So IWNXR want to regroup as well, because today, remember, it's their first day of gameplay. They want to make their mark here on Arangel with the circle going down southwest towards the mouth of that western military base bridge. It's no surprise that they want to try and maintain their strength, as that's the position that they've decided to land. Nobody going across to the military island just yet, Blank.
No, I think with a circle like this, it's sort of a position where you want to take up as many compounds as possible over towards that southeast side, where you can cross the bridge as fast as possible. If you do get a situation where the circle acts like a Mad Hatter, heads down towards that southeast side and plays everyone for a clown. Again, if you're Na'Vi or NIGMA Galaxy in this situation, you might consider moving down towards Sosnovka military base over towards that eastern bridge, perhaps. But we will wait and see if that does indeed happen. BEŞİKTAŞ already moving in vehicles, heading down towards that south side of Everest. Picking up some compounds there. I mean, with the height difference over towards that position, you forfeit Everest, but you can quite easily be backstabbed on Everest. You grab the compounds in this area towards ruins, get some more loot on board, and you have more access to getting towards the circle layer. So a reasonable decision from BEŞİKTAŞ, considering the fact that we didn't get to see any decision making from BEŞİKTAŞ yesterday.
Certainly not on this map. It was just a little bit tricky to do so from beyond the grave, but this time around they'll have that opportunity. Na'Vi yet to make their move. I mean, it was just, I was looking at where NIGMA Galaxy were when you were mentioning them, and I thought, oh wait, they're over to the east, that's interesting. And then it was like, oh no, that's just Ralph. He's over towards Shelter on his own. The rest of them are over in Pochinki. That regroup over towards that central side now coming through from Ralph. But if he gets some split loot, he gets some split loot. That's only going to play to their favor if he doesn't get picked off, which is, of course, the risk of going for a play like that. But this time around, it's paid off.
Yeah, I kind of like that one. I don't know how much thought actually went into the behind-the-scenes decision of that play, but if you take, for instance, the fact that, 3D Max aren't in this group right now, or at least aren't playing within these 16, you know that S2G isn't going to be hampered over towards the Yasnaya Poliana. So what's more likely to happen is they're going to take their time in Yaz. Virtus Pro is their first day, so they're still feeling things out. So for Ralph, I'm hoping that he made that decision based on the fact that there isn't as many teams over towards that position. He grabs an extra vehicle. They've got 4 to work with from Pochinki. Sometimes you need a quick getaway from that position as well. So I think it's a smart decision overall, and it's less for the loot, more for the vehicle.
We'll be able to put that in the garage, pop it away.
He gets away with it.
Yeah, it's a good result for NIGMA Galaxy playing from Pochinki. And they will need those vehicles to be able to get out of there with teams now starting to move into the territory around them. They'll need to be fast and accurate as well with those rotations. Power have taken up very, very central area, just southeast of Gatka, around just southeast of those trenches towards the hills to the west of Pochinki. So they're going to have a pretty decent hold on things. Brute Force playing out further west, and actually spotting out Heroic on this hilltop rotation. Ado goes for the spray onto one, towards the Harry Potter Tower. Hassan nearly going down as well, but just about ducks behind cover. The rest of Heroic sailing around as Ado lights up for a second knock. The rest of Brute Force need to try and rally around this position, and Bolt goes down. That's exactly what you need from the rest of Brute Force. A perfect backup onto Ado's position, who was able to do so much damage, and Heroic get wilted.
Yeah, man, that's awesome, man. Like, literally pulled out the drill and screws and drilled himself into the ground. He wasn't moving a single inch versus Heroic. Some great pre-fires as well onto a position that you could barely see in that situation too. So very pleased with that coming through from Brute Force. And he was desperate for some backup. Luckily, backup came very quickly. And that's Brute Force being able to take themselves a very strong position over towards that western side now. No one really around that location either, so they've got plenty of time to figure out what they want to do next. Again, unfortunate for Heroic, and it leads back into sort of what we keep talking about this team, is that they're a very heads-up team. They understand where they need to go and what they need to do. It's just the execution that seems to be a bit of an issue at the moment. And I think it's less that their mechanical skill is not good, and more the panic that's setting in during these tournament days. That can quite quickly be fixed by week 2, I reckon. So I'm hoping for a new and improved Heroic by then, or if not sooner.
Not this time around, though. Not soon enough for this match. They'll have to try again. The Gladiators playing from the northern side. Spot the player from Falconis. I mean, they all hop out. Are they in the same vehicle? I think they are. But having taken down one from Falcons, they might just be able to claim 1 or 2 more vehicles. Damar behind the rock, being ducked back in. Very difficult to get to Ragnar in this current scenario. They're going to have to work this terrain nicely with smokes, with nades, with control. Matic takes the vehicle and repositions. Taking down that buggy might not be the top of their wish list right now, because, of course, only that one vehicle. Very, very dangerous stuff for the Gladiators. We'll see if they're able to claim that one. Indeed, AZ does hop in, repositions it, takes that cover away, and it's an easy pickup at that point for Ragnar.
I mean, I sort of feel bad for Ragnar because he got liquidated by 4 players. I'm astonished at the speed that they were able to just all jump out the vehicle and instantly get the 4-man spray onto him. He was never lasting for long in that situation. Damar, though, tries to get some shots off towards the backside of them. Satan goes down in the process. The Falcons will be playing on with 2, I'd imagine, going forwards from here. Gladiators still need to move further down towards that south side. We did get a shift on that circle. Teases us with Sosnovka. just a touch. But you'd imagine it wouldn't go down towards that location. I've been wrong before, though. We've seen bridge circles. It'd be funny to see it on a day 2.
Yeah, you don't really want it to happen right at the start. It stops you from getting that feel of the lobby that you like to get early on. I do like EMEA bridge ending. I do like those crazy circles coming through, but I much prefer them on day 4s, day 5s, that sort of time into the tournament. That's what I'm going to be looking out for later on. But maybe it's just not meant to be then. It's meant to be now. We'll have to wait and see. Only time will tell. But it's very, very unlikely given how the circle has fallen. Over towards those Pochinki Hills, it's looking pretty good right now for Nextruya, who have moved out west towards those hilltops. Further out west still, Power have looked to take control down towards some of the ridge lines around the south side of those trenches and taken up post on those hills further west of Pochinki, outside of that area.
Pretty early ending for Power last game on Sanhok. Really had been bigging them up quite a bit yesterday. Hopefully, we can have another stellar performance here on Arangel. I think they were consistently towards those top 5 every single time on Arangel, at least yesterday. I want to see a bit more of that. Puncher, though, holding off versus the likes of Virtus Pro. Got a lot of angles on this location. Pretty tough to remove yourself from this rock, but it's great for avoiding nades.
Going to pop the smoke around the buggy. That will give him a chance to get some speed up if he wants to hop in there. The nade, well placed there, but doesn't quite catch exactly what they're looking for. However, Puncher's still very much in danger. Milky Way suppressing him on that angle. It looks like he just wants to take the fight, but no, he hops into the buggy. That smoke giving him the cover that he was looking for, but still going low, getting back behind this headland, and that is beautifully extricated from Puncher to be able to get all the way back here now. The buggy kind of expended at this point. You can see the smoke billowing up from the engine. Not going to be really usable from this point on unless it's a dire emergency, but they do manage to keep their player alive, and that's what matters.
NIGMA Galaxy, bit of a shoot off between them as well as S2G. I think it was Ralph potentially that took the knock there. Coops heads in to try and pick him up. They got RCB very close to them though. Coops still leading the score. Ooh. Now this is circle look, definitely, for Nextruya today so far. Another really decent compound for themselves. Pretty much all fielded area towards that north side and clear sight lines down towards the south. They'll be very pleased with this circle because there's very few compounds around this area that are ideal, that are playable, and Nextruya is just sat bang in the center of the one that is the best. Yeah, honestly, this is pretty free for at least the top 5.
There's no two ways about it, really. S2G might be denied the opportunity to challenge them on it as well, as Razy ripped from the back of the vehicle. I think that leaves S2G on just the one player now left standing. CEO later sending for a central area. Power on the northern hills, looking like they're going to be able to survive for a little bit. I'd imagine that Moneymakers are going to be able to play along the tree ridgeline that sits on the south side of this circle quite well. From what we've seen from them before, playing in these hilled environments, I wouldn't be too surprised to see them coming out very, very strong in this match.
It's a difficult one here for a lot of these teams. Nade goes in, Maku should go down from that. Was so disgustingly placed there coming through from brute force. Landed straight in front of him. Beautifully planted. Grew up into a knock.
Flush onto Meku. Tixi is low. Gets the heal off, though, and is starting to cook another nade. Neos, the Freezer, both pretty close by to one another. Matic laying down some smoke cover to extract Tixi. Putting Freezer back as well. Getting a spray down on the off angle with the help of Matic. This is starting to open things up for the Gladiators at this stage. Meku is down and out, but they still got 3 players in action. With their off angle sideswipe coming through, they have to be worried about their backs as well. It looks like Kante has an angle as AZ repositions around the lower areas of that hill.
Yeah, Power right now has got really good control over towards his north side, and it's what I typically wanted to mention actually just before this, is the fact that this south side of the circle is just dead area, right? You know, it's on the low grounds towards the coast. You'd only really play here if you were minced as a team down to 1 or 2 players. Good nade there from Tixie. Will take down Freezer, but still you've got Neos off in the distance. Carl rattles past, will provide the information back, but he takes a lot of damage in the process.
Uh-oh.
And Tixie's not looking at him.
He thought it was covered off by AZ, but it wasn't to be. Not this time around. Pre-Pod's there now, trying to back up his teammate, maybe get a flush. AZ pushes forwards for the Gladiators and is able to find the final player, but in comes Al-Haji, leading the charge for Power. Can he keep them moving on through? Take down the Gladiators, a major threat on that northern side. We'll have to wait and see if they're able to do it, because NIGMA Galaxy are in a scrap as well. AZ under a lot of pressure now, and I don't think he's going to be able to keep himself alive. Matic just getting away with it. A lovely reposition from Power to take down a major threat on that northern side.
AZ doesn't watch the south side. Forced to give his life. So Matic may leave and go for the old Matic classic. Straight send towards the center here. Yusuf, very lucky indeed. Able to get away with that one, but vehicle is taking an absolute pounding from the bullets. Every which way at the moment.
Just got to keep hoping and pray. Power, you see they've repositioned out to the east. I really like what Moneymakers did. They held out on the west for a while to wait for this next circle pop, and now they can commit to a northern sweep. So they're going to be taking Power on that northern hillside, which is one of the best positions in this next circle, sweeping up that west edge. In the meantime, though, everybody pushing in from the southeast, having a tough time of it too. BEŞİKTAŞ are starting to make headway, but they still have to get past that farmland compound from Next Ruya, from IW Next Ruya, in that northern position that sits just over that ridgeline of hills and trees that cover the south edge.
It's a grim position to be in on this southeast side. Like I said before, it's all low ground, right? As you try and move up, you're getting sideswiped by a fair few teams that have great sightlines towards you. As soon as you pop up over towards the field, Next Ruya has your number. Power, though, still locked in combat on that northwest edge between them and Moneymakers. Again, like you said, Moneymakers really good at identifying these third-party moments, but Power identify it very quickly too. We'll just slowly pull back. And Moneymakers charging their way into what they thought would be a fight. It's more like a trap right now, being sprung by Power in the process.
The issue for Fidan is that he's really cut off from the rest of the team in this position. He didn't get the value, he didn't get the knock from his angle that he was holding, but does manage to just duck back behind that headland, rotate back on in, and the information, which is almost more important, passed back out towards the main bulwark of the team. Team Spirit, in the meantime, they've been working the circle on the northeast side, and Navi trying to move around in that area, finding all about the control that they can exert over it. Beautiful northeast side position in that compound for Team Spirit, looking good for a top 5. That's what they want to achieve here. Keep things going, because after that last match, with NIGMA Galaxy going down early here, with RCB as well going out, they are going to have a good time to look for that chase once more. They put a dent in that gap. They want to get back on that podium.
I think it's the first time we've actually seen towards the end circles Team Spirit with 4 players still alive here. This is awesome. AZ, yeah, he really did clutch up that situation towards the end, but sort of dropped the ball at the start of it. Nomi will pick up a vehicle from outside the blue and bring it back in towards the rest of the squad. Like you said before, though, Fidan, that off angle inside the blue, well, it was still available to make happen at this stage of the game. The blue not ticking too hard, really stopped that signature move from Moneymakers, which is just to thrive in that chaos when they just bulldoze their way into a team. So Fidan just cuts all that power of the surprise off, and now they look a little bit clueless of what they want to do next, because they definitely seem like a team that likes to just jump from fight to fight, open up space, but I don't really think they've had to deal with this situation before, is where a team sort of understands exactly where they're coming from, identifies how to deal with that, and then backs it up. So right now it's just running around a lot, not too much happening.
This is a really brutal shift away from that hillside. Power and Moneymakers both going to have to find a route to move through. It's great news for IW Next Ruya on that south side. They stay in the compound. The difficulty they'll have is in maybe 1 or 2 circles time, when the next move needs to be made and they are isolated with everybody in entrenched positions out in the field. Going to make that egress very, very hard. I quite like Team Spirit's position in this circle. On that northeast side, a couple of ridges to start to move forwards around, a little bit of terrain, slopes to play with. They've even got a loot crate out in the fields ahead of them, so a chance for them to play strong from the northeast edge.
Yeah, you have to play slow, though, on this game. You can't really keep pushing the envelope here. Team Spirit, they realize that, you know, Beşiktaş has got angles towards them. You got players from Nextria also being able to see towards that location. They understand that there's still a scrap going over towards that western side as well. Power's been very smart about this. You've got Al-Haji and Kante over towards that eastern side, between that little valley that sits on that western edge of the circle. Just trying to gather as much information as possible. They don't want to take a fight with Moneymakers too early. But I like this move coming through. You know, you do see Biscay as Koa move further into the circle towards where CEO Later is currently playing. Get themselves a shack to work with. And Power has let them slip past them.
Still in the sightlines, though. Two players in the vehicle. A quick pit stop there to pick up a teammate, but Al-Haji can't quite connect there. Uncharacteristically missing that spray, but he's going to have another opportunity now. Lights them up and continues to put the punishment down on that vehicle. Havlik goes as the vehicle goes up in smoke. Another knock found as well. Icy very, very low. CEO Later, last to fall. And Icy wants to commit for this heal now. Needs to try and get himself nice and healthy. 3 players from the Moneymakers from the center. It's doable, but Havlik might go down to the bleed out.
Yeah, it's this sort of a situation where if you Power, maybe you're thinking about sending directly onto that one. With Al-Haji going down, though, it really cuts that speed directly in half. They know they want to get him back up again because he is one of the star players on the team. 6 is behind them from Na'Vi. Could cause some issues. Koa, great shots again today. Pushing Power back.
That could have been the winning rotation from the Moneymakers. Center of the circle now, Na'Vi trying to take the wind out of the Power sails with just the one player. 6 wants to try and slow things down. It looks pretty successful so far. Takes 1, and Power now just with Easy left standing drops short on towards this location littered with crates right now. We'll be able to get a lot of danger of resources, but Matic is still in action. And the Gladiators put themselves up in the top 5. They've managed to accrue, I think that's 8 eliminations now as well. So a great result for Gladiators on this match. 4 of those eliminations going over to Matic.
That is definitely the Matic classic. Whole idea of a I'll do it myself type of deal. Moneymakers, though, I like what they did. You know, they looked a little bit, you know, up in air over on that western side, but quickly figured out what they were going to do is hold 2 players back, send 2 players forward over towards that shack, try and provide as much cover as possible. Now Team Spirit assaulting over towards Matic's position. Great nade goes in from Naomi. This guy is the epitome of grenades, by the way. Honestly, the best player in Europe to ever hold a grenade in his hand.
Goodness me. Well, Matic certainly found out about it. Team Spirit still playing on as 4, now have a lot of control over the northern side. The circle shifts away from them, and the fact that the compound for IW Next Ruya is still in this one is absolutely crazy. This is now the 2nd time that they have been pretty blessed by the circle at around stage 6. So we'll see if they're able to get more value from it this time around.
Well, like there's a bit of momentum coming through over towards Team Spirit at the moment. Taking pot shots all over the place. Nomi's got a cracking pair of eyes on him, though. He has been able to spot some seriously difficult positions around the map, even just having a little swivel, taking down one of the players from Power. I would say ultimately ended up with their downfall because they weren't able to make the quick move to follow up over towards Moneymakers as they put the hurt into them. So for Team Spirit, a lot of their damage and a lot of their capabilities just been shown through by the sheer fact that they're able to engage and be part of so many of the fights in this map currently.
1 elimination for the Moneymakers on the board so far. The northern side to approach from this area, pretty tricky stuff, and the Moneymakers are kind of kept safe right now by the fact that IW Next Ruya have got such a great outpost on this south side here. Behind the walls, they can just keep taking these pot shots. It means that Team Spirit really can't go for much in terms of an assault onto that position for the Moneymakers. Eventually, though, IW Next Ruya will have to move, but will it be before Team Spirit on the north side? I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, for Next Ruya, I'm imagining they're going to have to leave at some point. These disgusting shots coming through from Koa. eventually they just have to stand up and leg it. Realizing they can't sit there for too long. He's just spamming it. 102 bullets left in the chamber as well. Koa could quite handedly take down the entirety of Team Spirit by himself. Especially with the blue currently pushing Team Spirit to make a quick decision soon. BEŞİKTAŞ would like some revenge as well onto Nomi and Naomi, who have been taking pot shots in their direction.
This is the hot drop. BEŞİKTAŞ and Team Spirit still in this game, which is kind of crazy, all four of them. So they're going to maybe just run it back and play the start of the game at the end this time around if they're able to do a little bit of work. We'll have to wait and see.
Imagine if they just shook hands yesterday and said, look, we'll meet you in the end game with more points all around instead of these shenanigans that we were showing earlier on. Not sure how much utility meds Team Spirit still has left remaining on them. These guys have been through the ringer. Great position here from Zed Wolf. And can hold on to this one for quite some time as well, because still 30 seconds before the blue starts to close. A lot of these other players around the map will have to move further in before he has to jump off this building. So for Team Spirit, they need to invest even more smokes here. I think it's what's more impressive, the fact that Moneymakers have managed to remain in this game for so long.
They're not getting a super high amount of value, though, with only that one elimination. They want to try and get a couple more points. With a player going down, they'll look for that res and should be able to get it there as well. I just want to talk about the IW next Ruya position as well, just once more, because the previous match, what we saw was playing that 4-point hold. Oh, maybe I have to put a hold on it, because it looks like Team Spirit are going for their break forwards. One player going down as Koa spotted out. Team Spirit lighting up that front angle, hops into the buggy, hops out again, just moving his player model around as fast as he can. Effect bombardments over the BEŞİKTAŞ position, and this is just only going to continue. You can see Naomi tries to break forwards, but as soon as he breaks cover from that smoke, he goes down. An immediate response, though, from the rest of the team. Nomi, Naomi both fall. Effect and Kitsune need to make it work here, but Kitsune can't get the job done. Effect now, with nades over towards Kakali, the last to stand for BEŞİKTAŞ, but Effect is spotted by Moneymakers on the off angle, and this is the person I wanted to talk about from IW next Ruya. They have an outpost. They have a foothold out in the open, which they did not have on Sanhok. Can they make it work this time around?
Yeah, it's a heads-up play here from Kaiman as he has to get out of the way, and with Zed Wolf being able to play on top of that building too, with the dinner plate, he's providing so much information back that Kain's able to get real close and personal. Icy attempts to take some shots over towards Swain, but not before he can eliminate Koa. Leaves it just down to the two of them. It's a great push from Team Spirit, though, John, honestly. Being able to take the two fights at the same time between Moneymakers as well as BEŞİKTAŞ. Real sense of fortitude from those guys. Now it is down to next Ruya. Not willing to let another chicken dinner slip through their fingers off the back of some great luck early on.
They have just been shifted towards time and time again here, and now it's two duos out in the field looking to try and take their glory away from them yet again. Kakali crawling forwards. No one with a dominating presence in the middle of this circle, but you can see the sightlines very much in favor of IW next Ruya right now. Kakali, though, might have a side swipe towards the Moneymaker soon enough. The smoke's starting to fade, so he re-ups.
They're willing to just play this one out slow. They know that both these squads are in pretty dire straits right now, and with two players on either side, you got Kain towards the east, you got Zed Wolf on that western side. They know all the moves, all the playbooks, all the plays in the playbook that both these teams have to offer. Say that as there is some good shots coming through. Now Zed Wolf's also been spotted. This is all coming crumbling down at the seams. The next Ruya, are they actually going to let this one slip again?
Ooh, a little bit of a bouncer nade doesn't quite connect there. Kakali does have the angle onto Zed Wolf's rock, and he's unaware. That is really bad news for IW next Ruya. The other knock, they could get that res. You could see them folding back on in, but this time around, they are definitely just losing that player. There's no two ways about it. With the blue zone pushing in, they are just going to have to make something work. With Moneymakers on two players alive, playing on the outside here, Kain is going to make a mad dash for Zed Wolf to maybe get him back up or get in a position to think about it. Unfortunately, that opportunity denied. Kakali finishes the job.
There's situations where you just have to wait a little bit, that's all. Thanks, Ruya, potentially making this a little bit more difficult than it needs to be. Nade's coming over the top. I think a little bit far away. Potentially can make it happen. Two teams very focused upon one another. Want to secure that second place spot with the points. Again, next Ruya afforded all the chances here. Still only on 3 eliminations. Not able to pick too much up. Every time they've got close, trying to get anything done, eliminations just been stolen and/or players shut down. Last player, BEŞİKTAŞ, taken off the map, and Moneymakers, despite being low on members, they have really shot up just in terms of the amount of eliminations they're able to get at the end of this game.
That's the value that they wanted to see. Nades over towards the hay bales now, trying to isolate positions. In the meantime, during all of this, though, INFINIX have established a great line of control into the circle, and it's just icy now. Low HP, the buggy sails on past, and it's not even going to connect there. Doesn't matter, however, this time around, they are not to be denied. It is Istanbul Wildcats next Ruya to take the first chicken dinner or an Arangel.
It's just, it feels like a sad chicken dinner though, right? You get 14 points off the back of that one. Could have been so much more. I mean, they look pleased with themselves. It's a consistent point game between these two matches. I can't be too hard on them, but it really felt like that they've not really had to do too much between both of these games to earn that point scoring. Maybe I'm being too hard on them, John. What do you think?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I want to see a little bit more from them in a different scenario. They've played pretty decently from the hands they've been dealt. I mean, if you get given these circles, that's just what you do, right? Like I wouldn't play it any differently. I don't think anyone would call for them to play those circles differently. The question is, what more can we see from them? Do they have more tricks than just get circle, win game, lol kind of thing? It needs to be a little bit more substance than that. But for now, I'm quite happy with what they've been able to do.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit more points because it is one of the few positions on the map there where you have that high ground. Look at this. It's the 4 eliminations, which is really offensive to me. It's like you're on top of that high ground. Realistically, you should be able to pinpoint so many of those players in the fielded area and be able to pick them up. Zedwolf also jumping up and down out into the sight lines, which he knew was open. Really cut the push short there for the guys from next Ruya, where they could have swooped in and took out a fair few more players, potentially even third-partied on towards BEŞİKTAŞ. It's just unfortunate because it could have been a huge game for them off the back of that Sanhok. You can see it was very top-loaded in terms of the points here, with most players from 9th to 16th in terms of their teams not getting too many points accrued.
Regnum Karya Bra as well, getting another poor showing today. Moneymakers really starting to put them in their place. Team Spirit getting into another match late game, getting some decent points on there as well. I think they were only 1 point. I think they got 13 points that match. So a really, really great start to their day, convincing us that they deserve to be in these final circles. Look at that top damage over towards Team Spirit. Highest limbs as well on 9. So really great stuff from that northeast side. They managed to work that circle quite well. INFINIX Ruya, like you say, didn't quite get the conversions on the eliminations, but they did do some pretty decent damage.
Yeah, for sure. I do think it is definitely Team Spirit that stands out to me here. And I got to sort of be hard on them as well, because it's one of those situations where it's difficult for me to be too harsh, considering how difficult it is to get in from that spot in the map, because they certainly did also unleash the beast with Monster towards the end there, with the amount of nades that came over and barraged on towards BEŞİKTAŞ. They were all chugging the drink at that moment in time. But I think that for them, I do imagine a world where they could have got in maybe a little bit quicker and got a better foothold earlier on, considering how close they were.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more they could do, but a good start nonetheless. A chicken dinner, yeah, you take those.
Absolutely.
We'll take a look at just how they're all laid out on the overalls and things like that after the break.
NIGMA Galaxy, very controversial team.
Moneymakers. Bro, for me, they'll be here, bro. They'll be here. They play pretty good, but like they choke always the final.
Hello, I'm Coops.
Hello, I'm Lufa, and we're going to do power rankings. Hello, it's Noix from 3D Max, and I'm with Robs today for our power ranking.
Hello everyone, I'm Icy.
Hello everyone, I'm Ko77.
And today we invite you to watch our power rankings for PMSL EMEA.
How about digital athletics? See this? See this?
Moneymakers.
Best team.
Yep, I think Top Guns for sure.
Moneymaker is a team that can be all the way on top or all the way down.
Navi. Navi.
Navi. It's full Kazakhstan team.
Yeah, but they have Beka now.
Yeah, they have Beka.
No space in Dark Horses.
But put them.
Let's put them.
Dark horses as well. I don't know, sometimes they're good, sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not. Oh my
Good force.
Put them on the bottom. No, put them right inside.
Stuji,
Our main rival.
yeah, Revival.
S2G actually it's the best team of Turkey if we talk about result.
Yeah.
So for me it's gonna be equal with FLUX.
I put them as Top Guns because
Yeah.
their history is pretty good.
I don't know if it's this or this.
I think this is OXR.
Bro, this is Dark Horse, bro.
Put them as new challengers.
3D Max, they're very good team.
Yeah, I'd put them Top Guns as well.
Yep.
I mean we have good gun skill,
Yeah.
but
I think I will put here, you know. I have NIGMA Galaxy. I don't know, they have a new player, so I don't know really how they play.
they don't have freak too.
Yeah, too. So I will put they in maybe Dark Horse.
I really don't know where to put them.
Dark Horses maybe.
It's full already, bro.
Nah, no need to choose this, bro. We're gonna put it here. These are power rankings. I think we have good ranking.
This is our power ranking for PMSL EMEA.
Yeah.
Thank you for
I would
watching.
like to invite you guys to come watch us tomorrow
And support
and
us.
support. And thank you all.
See you, peace out.
See you.
Welcome back to the PMSL EMEA, where 16 teams today and 20 teams overall will be competing for their chance to move on towards the PMWC. Hope you've got everything settled, Blank, because we are getting in for our second of our triple bill of Arangel.
Yeah, I've got like a ghost mic situation going on. It keeps changing position every time we come back on camera. I'm not really sure. I'm doing it unconsciously. I don't know what's going on. But yes, second Arangel coming right up very shortly will be our third match of the day, followed quickly, briskly by a TDM between NIGMA Galaxy and the Moneymakers. Excited to watch that one go down. Definitely a bit of rivalry going on there. You've got to remember that the top 4 teams will be heading through to the PMWC, and that 5th team will be heading through to the survival stage. Yeah, I got it. I caught it. It's all good. But that's not where you want to be. You don't want to be on the survival stage. You certainly do want to be heading straight towards that group stage at the PMWC, which is going to be one of the biggest events of the year, if not the biggest event of the year.
It's certainly got a lot of prestige. A lot of teams have been out there before to Riyadh, so it's going to be really great to see some of those teams make it back there. But it is not going to be an easy task. Plenty of other players are going to be stood in your way, and that's really what this is all about here at the PMSL. So we'll be crowning a champion, sure, but the accolades do not stop there. So keep your eyes out for those PMWC qualified teams as time goes on. On the overall standings, we saw a little bit of a low score ceiling on that match, but in that sort of 2nd through 6th place, that was a lot higher scoring for a lot of those teams, which means that teams like Team Spirit are going to be looking to jump all the way up towards the top. But then, of course, there's the Moneymakers, who are kind of stood in the way of that right now, who certainly are reigning over the top of this lobby. And I wouldn't be too surprised if they keep things rolling like this to see them selecting a team deathmatch for tomorrow. And who knows, with the rivalry that these two teams have, they might just choose to run it back against NIGMA Galaxy, depending on who gets their backside whooped in that first side.
Yeah, a fight back scenario coming through straight away would be great to see. Yeah, I'm actually really not sure who would be MVP for the day if we just called it there. We need more data, more footage, please, soon, quickly. But I'm excited to see what's going to happen in this next match. Already, we saw that if BEŞİKTAŞ and Team Spirit don't fight in that early game, they get very far towards the finish of the match. So I am actually excited to see what BEŞİKTAŞ can continue to do, because they're not a bad team by any means. I think you're just coming up against some of the most clutch players from EU when it comes to that early game, and it's difficult to do anything from that. But tactically, that game was pretty sound from BEŞİKTAŞ.
Definitely. I think that you can't really fault too much about it. It's difficult, open terrain around that area, so quite happy to see how they were able to get pretty deep into that match when you just make the right decision and change your drop spot. It's good to see. But we'll have to wait and see who's going to be able to take that top spot and choose that MVP today. I'm taking a look at some stats, and I think it might be actually a BEŞİKTAŞ player on Kakali.
Ooh, I mean, that would make sense. He has been doing a lot of work. I think he hit some pretty dirty pot shots from that side. Again, Falcons need to start bringing things back up to speed a little bit. Kind of happy with some of the rotations they made on that first day yesterday. However, just when it came, when push came to shove, they just didn't show us that capability that we were sort of expecting from some of the players on that team. NIGMA Galaxy, on the other hand, looking really good so far. I mean, they'd like to get further into these matches, but overall, I think that this is a team that you could happily go into any fight with any squad, 1 versus 1, and it would be a toss-up, right? I wouldn't say that they'd beat absolutely everybody, but it would always be a toss-up between both of them. I think that it could go either way, no matter what squad they face, which is more than you can say for a few of the teams currently in this tournament.
I feel like the team that I would be least confident in NIGMA Galaxy winning the fight against would be the Moneymakers, which makes it all the more interesting that they've selected them for that TDM, for the $500 cash prize after this map. But we'll have to wait and see how they're going to fare on that. We've said it before, but that trophy does look pretty good on a mantelpiece, I'm sure, and all these teams are going to be thinking about how to decorate around it.
It's sort of an interesting one, though, right? It actually does open up a bit of a conversation here, John, about the Moneymakers, because at the end of the day, when you do watch them play, they are very, very good at capitalizing off the back of third parties and swiftly making their way into zone. But it's not necessarily been any of these like massive 1v1 fights that they've been taking, or 4v4s, or have been like, damn, they absolutely obliterated that squad. It's more of a case that they're very good at picking their moments and timing their pushes successfully. And so I'm actually very curious to see how this TDM will go down between them and NIGMA Galaxy. If it's a case of them just being very, very quick to pull the trigger when it comes to those moments and decision making, that is something that can take you all the way to PMGC. But I'll be curious to see if they get whooped versus NIGMA Galaxy in just that full-on 4v4 where there is no surprise tactics to be had. Playing path over towards this western side, John really cuts off over towards the eastern edge. So maybe some force drops very close to one another in this early game. I'm sure these players will be able to get out of dodge nice and easily.
Brute Force dropping out early. 2 teams on that military island. We'll have to wait for the circle just a moment longer. Team Spirit looking pretty cohesive, I think, down towards the south side, unless they're not all underneath effects, as the circle goes all the way north. So a very hard shift up that way. Teams out early going to have to find those vehicles, break out towards that area of the map, and try and make something of those rotations. We'll have to wait and see just how they make their entry. But right now, that northern shore, above the river, above that central area near Rozhok, is going to be very, very dangerous. A lot of players dropping there, trying to grab those vehicles, and that can start to spark some bad blood between neighboring teams.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a situation where you need to have vehicles available because a lot of these compounds here aren't easy to just get to on foot. There's quite a few slopes and hills over towards this region of the map. Already can see Virtus Pro. Another quick little scout over towards S2G as they try and run up on this one. Opens the door for his buddy, and quickly Milky Way will find one play and immediately back to the rest of the squad. They don't want to push the boat out here, and you respect it as well. You know, they find themselves one elimination point. It's no point losing a player for maybe 2 in the early game. You'd like to stay as 4 as long as possible. At the best right now, you've cleared out yourself a little bit of space towards the eastern edge. I'd imagine that there is a few teams down towards the south side that are thinking about this eastern edge as well, considering that the playing path was so far up towards that western side. It does open up some rotational paths past Mansion, past the Aznaya, all the way up towards Stalbert. I'm looking at teams such as Brute Force in Novorepnoye and Sosnovka. You've got Team Spirit towards Farm, even Narvi and Milta right now.
I'm looking at that northwestern edge, the amount of teams over around on that peninsula, even Twisted Minds up towards Zaki, because it is so crowded over in that area with Onyx Ravens in North Georgia and Heroic, Gladiators, BEŞİKTAŞ, all in South Georgia as well. I'm sure that exit from the western edge is going to be very, very tricky to do effectively on a lot of fronts. Damage still being felt, though, as the break east runs into Regnum Karya Brat, who haven't had the greatest of starts today. Their first 2 matches have been a little bit slow off the block, but they might be able to pick up some pace here. A 2-2 split right now, 2 of their players over towards Yasnaya Poliana, but they have managed to catch a Virtus Pro player unawares.
Yeah, they're really nice, consistent day yesterday, and it's been a bit wibbly-wobbly, let's say, today for RCB. I'd like to see them get back up to form. You know, they're not far behind Moneymakers right now, picking up that first place position. If Moneymakers keep consistently hitting those point margins every single day, it will become quite difficult to catch up with them if RCB is going to have days like this where it just feels very lackluster right from the get-go. You're right, though. That northwestern side, John, is a real problem area of the map. And it's almost a situation where for BEŞİKTAŞ right now, I would go ahead and say they're making a mistake. For me, it's a bit more easy to say that considering I have the map feed in front of me. I can see exactly where all these players are. But just taking into account that it's a western playing path, right? You're imagining there's going to be a lot of players congregating around South George, North George, where there is vehicles available, even Zaki. So going for the box compound camp is asking for trouble, right? I think it's good if you go for the box compound camp when there's 1 or 2 teams. You can pick off one of the squads, get a little bit of chip damage in as they leave. But you take a fight with one of these teams, they crash on you, there's 4 other teams behind them that can also take that fight. So your neck is going to be the next one on the chopping block after the team that you're able to stymie coming out from that northwest side. So I think for Beşiktaş, it's a case of get some vehicles, get some loot, and think about moving further towards the center of the circle now.
Brute force in Novo. Repnoya going to have to similarly think about moving fairly soon up through that bridge, through Na'Vi's position. Team Spirit on that eastern edge, and Virtus Pro having to move up. Twisted Minds still loitering about in Zaki, yet to push their way in from that northwest peak. And a lot of danger to the south side, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see them skirting around on the top, maybe coming into contact with Falcons on that northern edge, around that sort of Severny area and the compounds that sit south of it, towards those shooting range hills.
Obviously, one of the more prominent positions of the map is their shooting range, right, where you do see a fair few teams get themselves stuck in towards the forested area in that position. You also see a fair few teams, John, get just stuck in that area or unable to leave, where you see them getting caught up against the fence that is in that location. Great position to try and live out as long as possible, but once you lose a few players, it's very tough to remove yourself from the valley in that position. But I respect the fact that Beşiktaş has moved now. They decided it's not really worth it. I think they've got 2 players left behind, currently trying to scout out as much as possible, wait for the very last minute before some of these teams on the western edge start to make their way in on their initial rotate.
Try and find some sort of opening to keep the ball rolling for RCB at the top of the tables there. They find that first point, and they are now behind Moneymakers on the overalls. You can see those points on the right-hand side. And Team Spirit have managed to put quite the dent in that catch-up. They're now only 10 points behind Moneymakers. We'll see if they're able to close that further here, or if RCB are going to be able to get back on the top of that podium position. Remains to be seen. Power up the top of Everest now, right on the western edge. Going to have to pick their player back up. Kante wants a res, and he is being given that treatment just now so that they can regroup on this northern side. They have to be wary. Teams around that George Bull area have all started to leave now. And we haven't really seen too much of a problem because of it. It's going to be in the next set of movements once they all are starting to target the same areas where it's really going to come to a head.
Yeah, again, stage 2 is really the big deal here, which will be hitting right now, in fact. And that's going to be what's going to create some turmoil around the map for a fair few of these teams. Again, like I said before, a lot of these squads decided to head over towards that eastern side. I like the play that Virtus Pro made. They took full advantage of that eastern side being very clear, went over towards their original drop spot in Lipovka. They knew that there was a rotational path available to them as well. And with the circle moving farther towards the east, it's even better for them. They could even squeeze in towards the eastern side of Yaz and just share it alongside with S2G.
Falcons already holding the compound around the mouth of the bridge, but only with 2. They know they need to regroup fast because this is a mass migration from the western edge. Beşiktaş bombing it straight in through towards the middle, towards that northern shoreline. You can see RCB as well holding in this gas station. A nice focal point on the northwestern edge, although it might be difficult to move further forwards against the teams that are holding it now. Na'Vi, this is all the way down the south, and Puncher reversing the vehicle out off the bridge. They are playing a very, very late game, and this is actually starting to get pretty dangerous with the circle not really going to give them too much of a chance here. They are mucking about with these vehicles in a fashion that I wouldn't necessarily expect, but seems to be working out. They've got a little bit more leg room on those meds and start to truck on up north. It's not too far away from the circle, but they're going to have a tough time.
Yeah, it's really slow, right? And I mean, you've already got Virtus Pro to move all the way from that western side. They've got themselves into a nice position in Yaz Field. Moneymakers are also just pushing up from that south side above Potato Hill. So by the time that we do see Na'Vi attempt to break into this circle, a lot of teams will already be hunkered down in their little bunkers. They'll be able to take shots because the last thing you want is to be sailing in with vehicles halfway through a stage, right? Because most teams are set up with the firing lines. You can see right now next Ruya is sending some pot shots over towards Virtus Pro.
Looks like S2G are going to have first dibs on that one. Furia going down. CEO later was the price of it, though, so not without casualty. I think that might have been right off the bat on the drop, right, for Virtus Pro to be able to find one of the players from S2G, if I'm not mistaken. But they have now lost two of their players, Corker and Malloy, playing as a duo. But they've got a decent compound. This is very strong outlook to the east side, but west side less so.
You look at this one, and it is that split decision you have to make where do you play on that northwest side where there is few compounds but strong compounds, or do you try and confirm down towards the southeast just in case it does end up being a Yazfield finish and you need to make sure you have a position in a position quickly, which is what Next Ruya and Virtus Pro currently are fighting out for. Team Spirit, on the other hand, decided to head over towards the eastern side of Rozhok alongside with NIGMA Galaxy here. It's an interesting play. I don't think this affords you the most prominent position on the map, but you are able to figure out the locations of a lot of the players and a lot of the teams around you from the back of it. But my eyes are definitely on NIGMA Galaxy this game because we have yet to see a big standout performance from them today.
We're looking for it now. BEŞİKTAŞ rolling down, player from RCB, and once more, a little bit lackluster from the once tournament leaders. Loxy under fire, his teammate eats more bullets than he does, and goes down, so does Silas. Two players from Virtus Pro find themselves under the bridge. This is a notorious position for being able to do a lot of work from, and it looks like Virtus Pro have been doing their research, been making this one work. Some nice cover on this bridge, a lot of angles that you can hold in. It's quite difficult to actually get shots out to that area. Team Spirit, in the meantime, going to be rolling on in towards BEŞİKTAŞ. They certainly don't like each other on this map. It's going to be Team Spirit and BEŞİKTAŞ replaying once more the end of the last match, the 3 hot drops at the start of yesterday, and at the moment, Spirit have the upper hand. Another shutdown onto a BEŞİKTAŞ player, and that is going to be almost over for them. Tospik and Poser close by, but out the windows, are they even going to be able to find the angles to get these trades? Poser goes down first, and now just the one remains.
Yeah, I mean, there seems to be a definite sense that these two teams hate each other a lot. Like I said before, it's a situation you know you move on really quickly. You can't afford having absolutely no utility to work with. It's just way too late from Na'Vi here. And again, a moment picked perfectly from the money makers. They will have to get a move on themselves though. Twisted Minds ahead of them.
This is in the
Not
blue.
sure how much of a threat they pose to them.
Moving in, they do have 4 players. Moneymakers, south side of Twisted Minds. Hilltop owned by Twisted Minds, but out come IW Next Ruya to maybe try and third party this one. IC trying to get across the open ground in that buggy, but not quite connecting those shots from the top of the high ground. Koa peppering those vehicles and nade sent out his way. That should back him off just a little bit. S2G over the ridgeline in the compound. Not really looking to get involved with this one in close range.
Twisted Minds here. Sitting back. Koa takes a couple of pieces of shrapnel to the face there. This is a wild push. Somehow works out. You find one onto Koa, but this should be a clean sweep coming through from the rest of the squad. You just put yourself so much in harm's way. Obviously, Moneymakers are going to have backstops available, looking at where Koa is currently playing as that front man. And they're happy to lose a player for this result. That's fantastic.
A nice big pickup on the points there. Bishke does get spotted out by Zedwolf though, and that is going to be IW Next Ruya making things a little bit harder, and actually they are going to lose another player. Yusuf goes down, but with only 2 players now on this southeastern side, rather, Moneymaker's going to have a much harder time of things, with the circle shifting towards the Team Spirit compound, towards NIGMA Galaxy on the east side of Rozhok. It's going to be really tough on this edge.
Moneymakers, like you said, it's going to be a tough push for them going forward. Nextria extricated themselves nice and early. Look to just clear that edge first, or moving down to that southeast side. It's a smart decision. It's one that takes a bit of bravado as well, because you giving up a position that's sort of towards the center to clear out more space towards the southeast side, and you're confident that you can hold out a lot of these teams that are yet to come in. So that's some great information gathering coming through from Nextria to make that one happen. Gladiators losing lots of members here to an onslaught coming through from Power. Meku on the back line, not able to provide too much support to Matic.
Matic, the only forward player now. A nade up towards that tree allows him to move forwards and look for the res, but the nades keep rolling on downhill, and there's an off angle there spotted as well. And Matic goes down. There's a knock. It actually came from Power. Fidan on that off angle outside. Meku, last to stand. They know where he is now. Fidan should have seen that, and you can ping that out. Make sure that their position is known. An easy suppressive play now for Power. They might just want to run this one down straight up. Meku with a challenge. Al-Haji sidles on in, strafes out wide. Fidan takes that off angle. The classic 1-2 combo. The buggy through the smoke, and Meku forced out for the challenge. 1-2 bullets connect, but it's not going to be more than that. Now Al-Haji takes him down.
I've been really impressed with Power recently. I didn't think they'd come into this tournament looking as good as they currently do. I was excited to see what this roster could perform with, but it has exceeded my expectations by quite a bit. And I'm proud of these guys, because they're definitely not the names that you would see at the forefront a lot of times within PUBG Mobile, but they've, got their heads down, stuck it out, done some research on a lot of these squads, and they've been not only doing that, but it seems like a lot of homework in terms of the team fighting front's been done here. Another one up to bat for them. It's Onyx Ravens. Let's see how they handle this.
A nade over the top. They are playing on the outside track here. And a first knock over towards Easy. A response from Al-Haji goes a little bit long, but the bullets from Kante find their mark. Lath goes down, but he has the cover, has the smoke there to keep him safe for now. The res can come through. Kante playing really far out towards that blue zone. It feels like this is a power play, if you will, with them just leaving someone on an off angle in a slightly unexpected position and starting to look for value from it. We saw it, I believe, with Fidan, not quite able to take down a player on his off angle earlier on, but this time around, it's going to be Kante who does, in fact, get that knock. A nade falls just short of getting that double burst there, which would have been absolutely incredible over towards the power side, but they faded away. They stepped back. They kept themselves nice and safe. Circle comes through, and they are going to have to move.
Yeah, I mean, Kante's really confident in his ability to take these off angles. I mean, he wasn't even sent out here early on. It's just, as soon as that knock came through onto the rest of his team, realized that he needed to make a big move in that moment to distract and delay. So goes with that wide swing, gets a knock, immediately pulls back towards some cover. And because Power is closer to the circle anyway, gives them time to reform up and then send on out towards a compound on the south. So yeah, the teamwork from Power is looking really nice. You can tell that these guys actually enjoy playing with one another. They've got a lot of trust they put in their teammates here. Falcons, though, up to the batting line versus S2G. Brazy, although not performing amazingly on the team front, still a fearsome player to come up against. Naomi hits the deck.
First of all, 4 players to deal with, though. It's just a little bit too much to ask, even for Razy. Will fall down. S2G eliminated. Kitsune on the cross found, and Gaith lobs a nade on in. Nomi spotted as well. Where are these shots even coming from? NIGMA Galaxy able to take the back of Falcons here as they start to swarm over that hill from Rozhok, that hill that sits out to the west of this compound that Team Spirit have been in for quite a while now. A really powerful high ground to oversee the rest of this circle. If they can keep that south edge clear for themselves, they're going to have a great time on this western edge. Might be difficult to crash down, but if they can weaken Team Spirit, as seemingly has been done so far, they're going to have an even better time.
Yeah, you had Moneymakers taking shots onto that fight as well from the eastern side. But NIGMA Galaxy sort of give up that central position for the higher ground that's afforded to them on this western edge. And they've been getting a fair bit done. You see them pop in the elimination feed quite often, just in terms of getting those knocks here and there. They've not found any eliminations off the back of them, but they are holding things down. And still with 25 players left in the match, there's plenty of eliminations still to be had at the end of this one. But it's Team Spirit who has yoinked up the majority of them alongside with them and the Moneymakers. But Icy last to fall here, and they make it even Steven, 7 apiece.
Now it's their chance. They were 10 points behind at the start of the match. See how many more they can rack up. Not too much of a gap between them to try and close that one down. But with Team Spirit on 2 players alive, how much further can they get? NIGMA Galaxy kind of caught now on that western edge. It's a good hillside to use for control, but if the circle moves away, they're going to have a tough time, which it in fact does. Cuts Team Spirit in with a slice on the northern edge, but look at where Power sit. They are pretty healthy on the northern borders of those apartments. On that south edge, Kante with that off angle. IW next Ruya with a sliver of their compound in as well, will be able to hold ground for now. But the question is, do they want to try and break out and get that foothold that paid off so well from them in the previous match?
Yeah, it's the flatlands which is kind of the issue here. And it's where having compounds really assists you. There's a couple of ridges that can be played with. I think for NIGMA Galaxy, what they absolutely have to do at this point in time is figure out where they want to crash, because they will have to crash here. There's no doubt about it. This is either a hard wrap towards the eastern edge or a full send on one of these positions. So right now, what they're looking for is a team that's weakened, has less players alive, something they can third party.
Shots from Gaith lighting up the vehicle. They did manage to find that knock. Virtus Pro surviving underneath the bridge that is really quite a solid spot to hold. Will finally get eliminated once they have to leave. Not a big surprise there for me, but they will go down nonetheless. And now NIGMA Galaxy are just getting peppered and slowed down, hampered, harried at every turn as they move on forwards. If they lose a player here, it's going to leave just 2 4-player teams. Power on the south side and IW next Ruya on that southeast edge. But looks like they are going to be looking for that res, looking to stay as 4.
Yeah, for NIGMA Galaxy, it's taking a while to pull the trigger on this play, though. And more than likely, the circle is going to be the thing that makes a decision for them. They could send towards brute force, but we have made it known already that there is a huge amount of sightlines towards their position. Coops attempts to get close. This guy is insanely good at popping those nades in through the tiny little gaps on those shacks. Fortunately for brute force, they're able to shut him down before he's able to move through the smokes to hit that nasty 3-pointer.
3 teams looking out this way, and nades bombarding from brute force just make this so hard for NIGMA Galaxy. You're right, they just waited too long. There wasn't really too many opportunities to go for it. They haven't been able to find one here, leaving themselves pretty destitute, and will go out 7th place with 1 elim. Not the greatest result.
It's one of the situations where you have to just go for it, right? You can't wait too long, because if you wait for that moment where all the fighting dies down at the end of the stage, the end of the zone closing, eventually everyone's going to be looking your way. Next Ruya, again, make the same mistake. The zone is just closing. No one's fighting right now. They're waiting for the next circle. So Power has all the eyes towards you. Not sure what Easy was doing. I don't think he really had any business being there.
Business cut short now. Next Ruya, IW losing a couple of players here. Nade in through the door to try and slow the roll from Power. This kind has to hop out the window. Has got that SK-12. Fadan looking for that reposition, watching out for it, and might actually just go for the old switcheroo. Play on the outside this time and actually force Power to play from the inside. which might not be the worst decision in the world, but if you're going to nade yourself, that's going to be a more difficult push outwards for Power.
I think Kine's more unsure of what's going on from Power right now. They're really giving him a lot of leeway. And to be honest with you, yeah, he could have easily gone for Frozen in this time. That Power's mucked around inside this building trying to figure out where he is. I just don't think he had any idea that he'd be able to pick his teammate back up again. But there you go. Next Ruya somehow are able to bring themselves back up to 3 players alive here. Power's just down to 2 from what was a fairly strong position. Easy just sat on the outside edge. Al-Haji's position located.
Fidan's as well. Kine goes down, but these nades, they're taking them low, but they're not finding the final blow on it. Fidan looking to get that heal off, looking to try and get back to full HP for his hop out that he knows he knows he's going to need to do. Frozen launching more towards Al-Haji, who's on half HP now. A lot of damage starting to pour on in. The smoke starting to clear with that SK-12 starting to try and pump out the lead down range. It's good for 1, but Al-Haji's there to pick up the second. He's super low. He's not going to be able to go for this res now. If he does, then he's a braver man than I am. Al-Haji looking to pick up his teammate in the open.
I mean, they're on the slow side of the circle, so potentially might just be able to get it done. Nomi nades himself, interestingly. Effect will have to attempt to salvage this one. Prepod does it for him, luckily.
All right.
Throwing a bone there.
Brute Force giving Team Spirit a little bit of breathing room now to get themselves back to fighting fit form. Out in the open, you got the Onyx Ravens with 2, and probably one of the more central locations. Scratch that, definitely the most central location of any of these teams, but the circle shifts a little bit further north than that. These Team Spirit still with just an edge, I think, of the compound in, and keeps the Onyx Ravens shack as well.
Got nothing. Got absolutely nothing to work with there, down towards the south side. Expended everything trying to get rid of the next Ruya players, and ultimately another team had to do it for them. Brute Force looking better and better, considering they were playing from the shack outside these 2 compounds that have encompassed the circle for so long, both on that north and south side. Power is dodging these nades. Fidan doesn't even take a lick of damage. It's actually causing more problems for Fidan, as these are just random nades being thrown out. Anyone could plop on his head.
They are quite close to one another as well. So a danger of a potential double nade, but yet to find the money.
Bullets.
It looks like, yeah, they're out of nades, but plenty of ammo. Al-Haji goes down, and it's actually Brute Force to find the shot. A knock over to Freezer means that there is only 2 players here. Team Spirit might be able to take an opportunity to move forwards. The smoke's being laid out.
Awesome bounce.
A big nade there, but not quite going to find the full knock onto Prepod. However, Ali still has the sightlines over towards the shack. He's waiting for them to step out. He's waiting for them to peek. He knows as soon as that smoke blooms, he needs to keep this one laid down. And Brute Force yet to step out. Now they go for it. But Freezer taking a lot of damage from across the way. Nomi has strafed out in the meantime. Effect is not going to be able to back him up, though, because Nomi goes down. Prepod holding behind that smoke. Can Effect find the answer? A nade over forwards only finds half. A burn back off the tree means that Effect can't play on the cover that he'd like to, but Brute Force have their work cut out for them across the way as well. Nomi flushed out, and finally Prepod falls.
Still 3 more nades in the back pocket. That one looks pretty good onto him. Huge amount of damage. Survives it. That nade looks like it's on target towards at least one of them there.
He needs to be careful. Ado very, very low. A single tick would do it. And another nade goes long. Effect nearly taking down the entirety of Brute Force here, but he's only got a sliver of HP, and 2 nades sail his way. Gets the first aid off, and that saves his life for now. The Groza, he stands up, looks for the spray, and goes for a second, but can't quite find it. In the meantime, the Onyx Ravens have gone down, and it's Brute Force to take the chicken dinner.
Dear me, that feels like Effect is back on his A game. Genuinely an awesome play. And there's a world there where instead of picking up the first aid kit, he just goes instead for the med kit. and maybe he lives out that initial bullet and gets both the players afterwards. So unfortunate on both those nades. Equally so for Brute Force. They got him down to basically 1 HP. That game could have been over a lot sooner. But they committed to that shack, and the shack treated them very nicely.
Certainly did. A great way to keep things alive. If you can find those shacks out in the open, sometimes you could just weather for long enough to grab a whole bunch of points. Team Spirit getting pretty deep into that match as well, looking to try and take towards that top spot. Of course, RCB not having a great game. Moneymakers also falling a little bit short of the mark they've set for themselves. So potential there for Team Spirit to have taken that top spot. As we take a look at our match report here, you can see it's Brute Force Freezer who was able to get the most eliminations. Fidan snatched away highest damage, however.
Yeah, I think for Power, again, down towards that south side, they had to commit to the building, but a really messy fight between them and Nextruya. I was talking about how the teamwork was really good towards the middle of that game, and I'd still 100% believe that. It's just a case of, in that moment, I think there was definitely some miscommunication and a little bit of fear, right? Because they got caught off guard there by Nextruya. It was a good movement for them to make, bit of a Hail Mary, and sometimes you have to make those plays. Brute Force coming away 19 points, 15 for Team Spirit with the 9 eliminations they've been getting, consistently putting up some good elimination points here, John. And once again, heading down towards our second page, it is the Turkish teams just not really showing up here.
Yeah, RCB as well, right at the bottom, which is uncharacteristic. Once more, they are denied consistency that they showed yesterday. See if they can keep things going back on up. But you're right, it does seem like there's a little bit of a faltering start to today. It certainly changed things up, bringing in that Group B set of teams and taking out the A group as well. I mean, you've got FLUX, Foot, Digital Athletics, and 3D Max all in that A group, and both I think Digital Athletics, all of them really were having an impact on the lobby yesterday. So taking them out really has shaken up the dynamics, and I think we're seeing that being borne out in the results of these matches.
Yeah, allowing a few other teams to maybe have a bit of their time in the sun, right?
Absolutely. Well, we're going to take a little sunning break ourselves. We'll be right back. some open ground battles in that last match to tidy things away for the halfway point of the day. But we've got a little bit more hot, fast action coming up for you in just a moment with our TDM Challenge match that Coops, who was the MVP of yesterday's games, laid out for Moneymakers. An interesting pick and one that we didn't really expect to come through. We were thinking, oh, well, it's an easy $500. You just pick a team that you think is really bad and you take them on. But no, they want to go right for the top. They are swinging for the bleachers. They are going to unleash the beast, or that's what they're hoping to do with Monster, our sponsors here at the PMSL EMEA. So make sure you're grabbing a can of that and settling in for this TDM.
Yeah, man, I think it's a little bit of rivalry involved here. And honestly, the Moneymakers would love to be the team, I imagine, to be the challenged, yet become the victors. Enigma Galaxy lay down the gauntlet, see what they can get done versus the Moneymakers here. Again, this is an opportunity team. See if they can take this opportunity to win themselves some extra cash here on the stage versus Enigma Galaxy. As we head into the match very shortly for a bit of TDM.
Of course, the rivalry stemming a little bit from the fact that BEŞİKTAŞ, a player on Moneymakers, used to play for Enigma Galaxy, so they know this player. They want to take him down. These two teams also duking it out for some of those top spots. Remember, top 4 teams out of this tournament do go through to PMWC group stages, which is a really, really important step. To be represented on that international stage and to have a shot at the money on up for grabs there as well would be phenomenal for either of these two teams.
All of 40 here. I doubt either of these teams are going to reach it. $500 on the line. I definitely keeping things very much patient here. Lufa, first of all, there is Koa able to find the first hit over towards Enigma Galaxy. Trying to hold it down. Coops repositions around the backside, but I do think this will go all the way to the distance.
You'd imagine so.
Tiebreaker towards the end.
You would imagine so. And quite frankly, I wouldn't be too surprised if this is how it's all playing out, to see it go 0-1 as the bell rings. They are playing it very slow. Whenever we watch these TDM matches, it's always either really, really slow or just constant action going back and forth. But this is probably one of the most common maps that these teams will have played as well. All of these players will be very, very familiar with this specific map on the warehouse of in TDM. It's probably one of the most widely played and very, very familiar with these cross angles.
Yeah, essentially what you're looking for is just to get one leg up and then straight back on the defense. And now that Moneymakers have got 2 points in the lead, likely just going to pull things a little bit further back because they're so far into the base of Enigma Galaxy. Can't afford to let up just yet. But that's a nice reset for them. Still 1 point ahead here.
Ooh, pretty far from Coops. Nearly knocking the block out of BEŞİKTAŞ. But Ralph has that side angle line as well, waiting for Havlik to repeat, but darts out wide. Plays behind the concrete barrier. BEŞİKTAŞ trying to slow him from getting on into the container, but Lord eats the bullets for him. Ralph still laying down the lead around the sidelines, and high grounds cross shot coming through from Coops to keep them in.
Ralph here tries to push further towards the Moneymakers. Remember, it was Enigma Galaxy who laid down the challenge, and right now, 3 points ahead. Boys from the Moneymakers now just shaved down to the 2 point lead, back up to 3.
Not a lot in it at this stage. They need to try and connect these shots. We were worried that maybe it was just the Moneymakers being an opportunity team that was keeping them afloat, but they are giving it a good go here. Coops does even the tally, however, 10 and 10 on the cards. Icy going shot for shot with him. Coops low, wanted to get that healing active. Icy suppressing the angles there as Ralph gets caught in the crossfire. Lord not allowed to peek out there either. Coops has healed up a little bit, so can go for another shot against Koa. Will be able to win it, but in the meantime, his teammates not so lucky on theirs. 11 to 13, 2 points opens up again.
I see. Spotting on the side, playing a pretty good backs-up role here for the team. Trying to get too much ton in that front line, but constantly providing support. So Havlik and Biscay can get nice up close and personal. Lord misses a couple of shots, but it is quickly refragged back there. Back down just to a 3-point lead, but that is quite monumental the way things are going.
They're lining them up. Coops is keeping them in it right now. Biscay certainly putting the hurt down on his old team. Look at that. 6 elims, 2 ahead of the rest of them. Maintaining that 3-point lead. Biscay playing silently here. Spots Ralph moving up to the container. Don't even know if he caught sight of him there. They will move on up, but it is traded off. Are they going to be able to light it up for a second? Coops looking to keep this one going. 8 eliminations for his team right now. Almost half of the total. 19-19 is the scoreline, and Lufa wants the healing. A jump shot to come on through.
Managed to even things up. Moneymakers stuck in a little bit of a rough position here. Luckily able to get 3 eliminations back to back, and all that work almost for nothing. Lord with a sneaky position. Gets themselves back up to a position where they maybe can bring this one back, but Moneymakers fall on the offensive now.
24-23. Remember the goal. Either 40 points or whoever's in the lead at the end of the timer counting down at the top of the middle of your screen. We've got about 4 minutes, 40 seconds left. And with 25 eliminations on the board, it could be either of them that decides this match. 24-25. It is very much neck and neck at this stage. Still, Koa goes down. Lord wins the trade.
Havlik takes a couple of shots, but it's Ralph who takes the nasty hit to the temple. Send him reeling a little bit. We are tied right now. Both teams sort of unwilling to move forward. And it's Biscay actually giving it very good over towards NIGMA Galaxy. It's the guy you'd want to do it as well. This guy's got a little bit of seething revenge going on. Lufa gets toppled off the top of the train.
No chance there. Knocked back, rebuffed. Coops is still going though. And I mean, I imagine when we see the distribution of eliminations so far as we hop on over, yeah, definitely Coops standing in the lead with 3 more eliminations than anyone else on his team right now. A little bit more of an even distribution, with IC noticeably lagging behind for the Moneymakers.
Yeah, I mean, he's sitting back. I mean, he's playing a very important role. It's not flashy, but he's giving them the support that they need to create these openings. Like, he's just sending down a little bit of suppressing fire here and there and not allowing himself to go down in the process. Lord just cannot find these shots over towards Havlik. Luckily, Coops takes a side angle. With 3 minutes remaining, teams better get a move on.
Around the crate. Not quite able to dislodge the players from behind it. Icy wants a little bit more for bang for his buck, but steps forwards and allows NIGMA Galaxy almost immediately to open a swift 2-point lead because of not having that backstop position. I mean, I imagine at some point you're going to run low on ammo, right? And you've got to make something happen. There's not too much in the back pocket. You can't just perpetually stay at the back and not have any resupply. You need to make sure you're topping yourself back up. Lufa now with Fishgate playing on this crate. Tries to bait the shots out wide. Ralph now here, but he steps out, has the backup on the crossfire. Lufa can't go for it, but it's still 1 point to the lead of NIGMA Galaxy. In the closing moments now, 6 points needed. The goal of 40 is nearly there.
I mean, Lufa did a great job at delaying them for so long. Coops rides in, won't find the shot though, and maybe throws away the lead that they had, 33-34. Only 1 point between them. I think the Galaxy goes full defensive here.
Uh-oh. An equalizer. And Lufa gives up for a second one. Evened back, though, by Ralph as he moves on forward. Bishke behind the barrier there. Swift pickup of ammo, and Ralph is set to go. With only 1.5 minutes remaining, or 5 points on either team. It is definitely right down to the wire here. An even matchup on this TDM, if ever I did see one. Lord playing that backstop. Ralph not wanting to give Bishke the angle. They can double up on it. Lord can drop back. They can play double peak on this one. Looks like BEŞİKTAŞ just holding the suppressing fire down. Lord, same story. So they keep it going. Icy's taking a lick of damage here, but now their aggression is sent over towards this off angle. Coops as well, looking for the flank around the edge.
1 minute starts to tick down now. Just a measly 60 seconds to finish this one up. Lord takes a lot of damage, has to jump off. Biscay takes this moment to strike, and Lord playing a dangerous game with his health bar here. Ralph moves in, is able to find the shot. 36 to 35, 44 seconds left on the clock. There's still time to reel this one back here for the Moneymakers.
Ralph starting to ramp up now into the later stages of this TDM. 1 point separates them and 30 seconds to try and find it back. Moneymakers, they've been spotted. Koa needs to find the angle, but he can't quite get it. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and the single point still stands between them. Lupa repositions, looks for that healing, the spray down on the off angle, and there it is. There's the equalizer. 17 seconds now, 15. It's counting down, and the pressure is mounting, but it's NIGMA Galaxy just come out first on top with that opener. 2 more points needed. 1 more now. Can they line it up? Can they get it done? They do with 6 seconds on the clock. NIGMA Galaxy win out that challenge. $500. And look at that. They are happy with themselves.
Clutch at the end there as well. Really good defensive position. Actually, Lord performed marvelously in that last second. And we did see that. It was a bit of a side swipe coming through from Koa on that right edge of the map. And quickly he swivels around and puts a stop to it. It was very much a Hail Mary play there from the Moneymakers. But damn, that was neck and neck.
Yeah, definitely. Really all the way down to the wire for that one. And they did manage to squeak it out, but with 6 seconds on the clock to achieve the goal, I mean, the tempo was in control, and I feel like, you know, that little extra bit of cash is going to be something that they're going to be happy with. Not only that, but winning your challenge call out. That's a nice morale boost.
Yeah, a bit of morale boost. Maybe more valuable than the $500. Some might say. Some aren't me.
$500, man. It's a nice little benefit.
It's good money. That's what I'd want.
The thing is, I don't think we're going to be seeing NIGMA Galaxy taking the MVP of today. Again, I don't imagine that would be the case. So I wonder, is it going to be a Moneymakers player who's going to be able to get it? And if so, would it be a rematch? We'll have to wait and see. Of course, our proud sponsors here at the PMSL EMEA, we have, of course, got the INFINIX GT20 Pro, the official smartphone partner of the 2024 PMSL EMEA Spring. So thanks very much for providing those phones that those players were just fragging out on. We're going to head to a break. We'll be back with match number 4. We are going in for match number 4 of the 6 that we've got for you today, and the last of our Arangels in the triple bill that sits amidst the chaos. We are going to be looking at that final episode of the Grassy Pastures, and of course, we've had some pretty interesting ones so far. The Sanhok going quite interestingly. I think that final game of Arangel was probably the most brutal in the open area that we've seen in today's games, in yesterday's games as well, potentially. They certainly unleashed the beast all over those open grassy areas with Monster Energy, the official sponsor here. I'm keeping it going, you know. You've got to keep going with them.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, you've unleashed the beast within you, the Yeti. That is John.
That's true. Yeah, a Yeti.
Yeah. The Jekyll and Hyde of the polar Arctic area.
Just the
generalized region of the Arctic.
Do you have a latitude on that, or
no?
Okay, cool.
Just somewhere in that area. Oh man, it's a mythical creature. You're not meant to be able to find it.
Anywhere north of London.
Yes, exactly. We are going to be heading into our 4th match of the day. Like you said, a bit more Arangel magic before we put the rabbit back in the hat. We move back over towards Miramar to cap things off for the day. I'm excited to see it. Yeah, a lot of pointing at the S2G sign.
Yeah, I wouldn't be doing that. Not right now.
Look, man, it's not giving you a lot of look. Big bad. I'm joking. I'm joking.
You're not joking. That's the thing.
Statistically, I'm correct. Emotionally, it's me.
Yeah, that's a pretty fair assessment of the situation for S2G right now. Sure, they were able to do pretty well on one game, but I haven't really seen anything else from them. Another Western plane path. This is very similar to the previous one that we had, and I don't imagine we're going to see too much adjustment on the drop spots. It felt pretty chill. There was a huge amount of teams over in that northwestern edge, and I think it was Twisted Minds who went up to Zaki, so potential readjustment from them on that northwest edge. Maybe find a different place to head on out to.
Indeed, there is definitely some areas to head over towards here, but the players just hit this matchup last time around, right? So I think that they should be knowing exactly what they should be doing. Na'Vi should know they need to move early. All right, it was pretty abysmal the speed at which we saw them rotate out from Novorabnoye. Should have been up towards the circle much sooner. You know what? They might not even have to move, depending if this is a central Sosnovka circle. But we'll wait and see that first circle to pop here.
Na'Vi on the northern side. We'll be hitting the deck now, grabbing those vehicles. An eastern circle this time around, which means that Na'Vi can spend a little bit more time and do a similar rotation and have a little bit more luck getting on in. But with the circle as it is, it means that bridge crossing is going to be far more treacherous. More teams going to be taking up occupation around that Milton farm area, so it's going to be much harder to make your way through on the bridge crossing, where they were completely uncontested before because they waited until it was completely enveloped by the blue zone.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, but at the same time, it's also not, right. The blue zone's there. You have a general idea of when you should be leaving. And for Na'Vi, I don't know, man. It's just seemed like a simple case of moving much, much sooner. They had 4 vehicles. You know they've got 4 vehicles. They're making the same rotational path again. Yeah, a lot of these other teams towards that western side. It's not as easy this time, though, John. I would say to make a heads-up rotation to get into the circle from this position because it is so far over towards the east. If it was further towards the north, there is potential to loop underneath and back round again. But there is just going to be a big cluster of squads all trapped behind one another on that western side.
Haji has a player in his sights, Ragnarok from Heroic. In the vehicle just a little bit too fast for it. And Al-Haji actually maybe grateful that they haven't pulled up here because he's a little bit split from the rest of his team and all 3 players bearing down upon him, if they've got weapons, that is, unless they just drop straight for those vehicles and have dashed on out of there. It's like Na'Vi had a bit of a rough start to things as well, and their crossing, they run straight into brute force. They made that crossing very, very quickly, Blank, and I think they read into that potential pressure around the bridge mouth, but not going to be allowed to do so unscathed, because Brute Force had the same idea from that military base.
Yeah, and I mean, reasonable to make that one happen. I think if you're Na'Vi and you know where Brute Force is currently dropping, you must have seen the shoots there. Sort of a situation where you want to hold out, potentially. And if they were in those vehicles, they should be able to get across really, really soon. I'm not sure how that one went down. Losing 6 is really awkward. I do think he's one of the better players on the squad. And losing your off-angler as well, it puts you into a bit of this misery business scenario where a lot of these fights are going to be more tough to take, because it's that off-angler that a lot of times gives you those opportunities, gives you those lucky breaks, right, John?
Certainly will be a chance to find those openings still. Puncher trying to move forwards. Freezer will be the player to receive, but there's a backstop there, and it's really going to make things tough now. Spotted a player through the door, steps out, DBS in hand. Freezer trying to stay up as for Brute Force, but caught through the window. That is going to be a nice little pickup for Brute Force to be able to keep this one going through for Gonzo. He will equalize on the numbers.
Yeah, for Na'Vi, a little bit of a what is that word? That's the worst time for that to happen. Comeuppance. That's what I'm looking for.
Okay. I had no clue. I had no clue what you were going for.
I know. It was so specific, and in the moment, it just left my mind for a second. Either way, they get a bit of own back on towards Brute Force, which is what I should have gone for in the first place.
Is it recompense?
Possibly, but I prefer comeuppance.
Okay, let's go.
Even though no one probably knows what that means.
Yeah, nobody except for you.
I'm the only person who used that word.
You're the actually only person who knows what that means.
I
you
read
guys
the
just don't get
dictionary every night.
I'm up to E. Heroic going up the stairs as BEŞİKTAŞ try and hold it off, and pretty effectively there. Oh my goodness me. Poser going 1 versus 3, holding that staircase really, really well. Doesn't go down just yet, hops out the window and stays alive as well. Spots the drop down. Heroic really being given the runaround here as their players careen on in. Poser actually managing to get the heal off as well. 2 players for Heroic now running around, trying to make things work for them. Lewis not quite close enough to have an impact on this engagement, and the reses could start to come through for Heroic, and Poser loses the advantage that he was able to gain for himself.
Now we'll have to back things off, potentially get Kakali back up again. That buggy is positioned so nicely for the silhouette of a player there on the side. Keeps him alive. I think that he positioned that like that on purpose. Decent nade, but an even better one out the window from Ragnarok. Goodness me.
Poser goes down, but here comes Lewis finally regrouping with the team. The nade doesn't connect. The flushes might start to come through for Heroic to pick up these points. That buys in a lot of ammo to put down range, and when you're fighting against players without armor, without helmets, it's a really, really strong weapon in these early game scenarios. But Lewis has the AKM. At that range, a headshot's all it's going to take, but there is an answer. The Bison claims it. Na'Vi will fall first, but it's Heroic to claim BEŞİKTAŞ.
Yeah, honestly, Zachariah has been a standout player from this squad just in terms of those clutch moments, keeping the boys alive. I honestly, it's so frustrating so far because I do keep expecting big things from Heroic and it's not coming through. They make them play quite in towards that. Again, I think they're learning and they are improving. I'm being mean to teams that have been in this scene for a long while. So if you are new to PUBG Mobile Esports, the only reason I'm being mean to certain teams is because they should be doing better, and they are certainly not right now. Heroic, on the other hand, have a soft spot for them because I've not seen too many of their players in action before, and I'm pleased to see them doing fairly well against a roster of squads like this.
I think that's a fair assessment of what they've been able to do. They are still a little bit middle of the pack, but they have had that pressure felt, and they are taking on teams that have had that storied history. So I think you're right. I think I won't go as far as to say I've got a soft spot for them, but I'm willing to have themselves proved to me. You know, that's where I sit on them. Because
the PUBG
as we all
Mobile
know,
Emperor.
yeah, I sit here in the ivory tower of the casting desk, and I need offerings laid upon my feet of good gameplay. You know, that's just how it is.
You have been approved.
I don't make the rules.
Or the
you know?
PMWC.
I just accept the offerings that these teams give me. What can I say?
Oh, that's awesome. I love that. That's great.
Hell yeah.
Okay. John, self-proclaimed emperor of PUBG Mobile Esports.
That's right.
You know what? We'll take it. The confidence is there. It's pretty cool. We do get our circle shifting down towards this south side right now.
I'm
and just quickly
Xerxes.
At
PMWC.
It's a lot of piercings, man. That doesn't sound fun.
I'm
to
committed to the bit.
After the 4th nose ring, you probably won't be.
I'm a generous god.
We do get the circle down towards the south side. Let's take stock of this really quickly, because you do have a lot of these roads intersecting this circle quite a bit. So you're going to have quite a few of these teams all split off from one another. S2G up towards that north side, still trying to get in. There is the dip down towards that south side. A quick little replay from Heroic. Zachariah to finish things off. Just clipped him on the shoulder as he was trying to get around the corner there.
Trying to play around the edge of that prison area, trying to move down as well. Falcons moving on the east edge. Moneymakers sat at the top of the pile right now on 84 points. Team Spirit knocking on the door on 82. Moneymakers have been quite fiery so far, but maybe humbled a little bit. Maybe their flame has been tempered somewhat by that TDM with NIGMA Galaxy. And NIGMA Galaxy were just able to pip them to the post. Though it could have gone either way. In the end, they did take the L.
Indeed not. For Moneymakers, looking to head in towards that western side right now. Quick little loop down. Free compound as well. This is nice and easy for them. Gladiators up top. Taking a couple of shots themselves, but do have the information. I like this from Moneymakers though. Keep on moving. They know their position's been compromised to get to a new spot up on the hill. And they get there before Gladiators can even think about grabbing it themselves. It's a really nice play there from the boys. I like to see that from the Moneymakers. Yeah, the Gladiators thought they had them, you know, dead to rights there. And Moneymakers like, you wanted this compound? It's ours now.
Oh, but we're already here, bro. Don't know what you're going to do about it. Not much. The shift goes up north. Pretty hard shift, in fact, all the way towards that shelter area. Keeps a couple of those dips in play. Team Spirit Kitsune is getting really bold with his position right now. And I feel like he should have been punished for that because he goes right next door, up and close towards IW next Ruya, who have taken this compound that sits out to the east of those dips around the road junctions there. A really nice compound to be able to sit yourself in for this circle. And the fact that Kitsune was so close by and didn't go down, I think is quite a gift to Team Spirit. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Okay. Again, the Moneymakers just, they don't take any prisoners. Just immediately into the action once again. And Gladiators thought that they had them. And this is where the Moneymakers are seriously a dangerous opponent to come up against, because you can't really bully this team. They are the bullies of the lobby right now. They quickly shove you into the old gym locker.
Uh-oh. More punishment being dealt out towards Gladiators, but it is being dished out in return as Matic turns up the heat now. A shot over towards BEŞİKTAŞ. And two players now stand for the Gladiators. Havlik for the Moneymakers has Koa at his back. A nade being lobbed on in, breaks wide. A little bit of damage found, but nothing too much more than that. Stage 3 means the blue zone still a possibility, and Havlik will try and leverage that to his advantage. A potential surprise to come on in, but Across the way, it's a third party. Power wading on into this fight. A brilliant time to do so. But look at this from the northern edge. These third parties from the EMEA region starting to become a real nuisance for everybody who wants to take these fights in stage 3 to 5.
Yeah, really troublesome. I mean, if you guys can see the circle right now, it's pretty barren inside of it. And a lot of teams all taking these fights out on the edge. Bisk not able to get his teammate back up again, but we'll get the heal. Sends out a nade up high. Spots Easy. Drops back to the deck. Instead opts to go for the nade towards Matic. There are some shots coming his way. Will find one. Confirm the flush on there. Easy's a little bit too far behind. Biscuit clutches it out. There's absolutely no way that just happened.
Knew that it was unlikely that he was going to push across the open ground fast enough. He took the 1 versus 1 to his right-hand side, and upon realizing that's what he was going to do, the backup just wasn't quite there in time. Really well handled. Quick decision-making there from the moneymaker himself, Biszke, making it work for the team, but pretty low on supplies now, pretty low on the numbers. Only 2 of them remain. They're able to get in. Might be a minor miracle. Another shift up towards the northern edge, and S2G might have the better end of this.
S2G. I mean, we saw this before, though, right? From this position they held on this top side, but sort of thrown away a little bit. Where Power are able to scoot on in next to him. Onyx Ravens, not really too much of an issue for Power at the moment. Certainly an issue for Moneymakers. Like you said, a bit of a nigh-on miracle for them to make it through. Despite that, they've got at least 1 player in. It's the Onyx Ravens. Send their pursuit over towards that northern edge. NIGMA Galaxy, so pretty comfy, actually. I think this is one of the positions we saw, it was Digital Athletics in yesterday, where NIGMA Galaxy were able to take them down.
Just the 1 player now standing right next to the Onyx Ravens. Ali on foot ahead of him. Might be able to catch Saleh as well on this angle, but needs to move in with the circle. 4 nades in hand. Going long with that one. Nearly connecting with Saleh, to be fair. Has got a vehicle in tow, so fade back and roll out. Where's he going to wrap to, though? There's not really too much ground that he can try and take control of here with Team Spirit further around. It's going to be a tough time, certainly, to make this approach, and I don't think he's going to make it too far. Might be able to get through over towards that loot drop, but it's right next to NIGMA Galaxy. As we take a look at just how Biszke handled this 1 versus 2, really solid stuff with the DBS.
Again, though, it is sort of easy dropping the ball, right? Let's put it that way. As if he's in the center.
There's a loot crate as well. He might go for it. You never know.
Stupid. He's so stupid. But, you know, hats off to him, man. Well done. Really, really good, solid plays there.
Did you just say, oh, it's really solid. Really solid stuff there.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's proper solid, that, yeah.
Oh,
honestly.
Yeah. Solid as a wet paper
I like
towel.
that from Biszke.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I mean, to be fair, it's the right decision.
Solo.
As a solo, it is the right play. But,
And he's got it towards the center.
But Power
Is that
might
not
be...
so? Are you saying that is? Saying that's wobbly?
I'm saying that Swain's looking a little bit wobbly right now after being spun around completely by the front axle of that buggy. Goodness me. Straight into the dip. Power are going to be taking that one away, out of control of Power. Sorry, out of control from, I believe it was Brute Force, who were sat in there before, and they are going to get eliminated as well. They try and roll up to Biszke. That's not going to go well.
Wait, no. Let's roll back a little bit. Did Biszke just wipe Brute Force too?
I don't think it was entirely him, was it? No, it can't have been.
Nah, give me a replay on that one.
No, at least
Please.
1 player went down to the buggy, and that was Power.
No. Biszke's done it by himself. That's concrete solid.
Absolutely. Power. Starting to find a little bit of damage from those nades. Hey, guess who's in the middle? That's right. It's Mr. Rock Solid himself, Biszke.
Yeah, Mr. Obsidian over here.
Ooh.
You know, can't break him. Tough as diamonds. What else is really hard? As a material.
Maths. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That obsidian and diamond, that's kind of as far as I get.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
What other hard objects are there in video games? That's what I'm trying to think about.
What do you mean obsidian and diamond both exist?
No, I know, but like they're like the hard things. I mean, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Come on now.
Yeah,
this
yeah,
is real.
Granite.
This is live. This is live action, real life.
Granite. There we go.
Granite. Yeah, true.
Marble. Yeah, Marvel if he can take control of this lobby from the center where he is right now. He's a solo in a shack in the middle of a lot of teams fighting for it. But if they all pick one another apart, maybe he can chow down on the carrion.
Boron.
Did you just say? Have you just Googled hard things?
Yeah.
You have.
That's literally my.
There's no way you just pull out a boron natty. Like, there's absolutely 0% chance.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. I think the carbon-based polymer is very tough. Yeah, pull the other one.
Yeah. Anyway, that's fine. My Google skills are pretty up there.
Absolutely.
Right, hard things. Pretty good. But yeah, anyway, back to the game. Because I think we've got a little bit off track here. Locating the hardest materials on the planet. Biscay being one of them. S2G, though, up towards that northern edge. Not really done too much again. It's frustrating me, man. Frustrating me just a little. Whoa! What is this?
This is maybe potentially frustration play from Team Spirit. They careen straight over the top, easy, trying to take them down low. It looks like Kitsune is low but not knocked. Effect can get res in this position, and Power have had the dip taken away from them. Can IW next Ruya take control of this ground around this area on a third-party angle? Nomi suppressing Kante on this shack will allow them to go for this res as well. But can there be any sort of third-party engagement before Team Spirit can re-engage?
Team Spirit, they've managed to hold on to it. They've managed to hold on to it for just a little bit. Yeah. Obviously, being able to stay up as 4 is really important, but Kitsune is wanting to make this team forced to play with 3 players. He is... I don't know, man. I'm sure he's providing some value for the team in terms of the tactical calls that are happening. I mean, you can see them down there. He is constantly chatting away to them. And it is difficult to play and also shot call at the same time. You do need to have the boys around you being the fraggers for you. But he's gotten knocked quite frequently. I have to put aside that I really like Kitsune.
Yeah.
And come to terms with the fact that this is not a good behavior.
I think that's a pretty apt summary. In the meantime, though, Mr. Granite himself is slap bang in the middle once more. Bishke stays alive with a center circle position, but it's under threat, really, from Onyx Ravens. Onyx is pretty hard. Oh, maybe.
Yes!
And Team Spirit as well on the south edge.
How did we miss that? They've felt pretty soft, though, during this tournament so far.
That's the soft variant of Onyx. S2G from the north, mounting up now to crash down over towards RCB, who have managed to sidestep the first on the push. Can S2G find any opening here? They've gone 1-for-1 right now, but Razy is down. Hamzy G staying alive, and RCB are going to be swept under the rug here. Razy the only casualty. Bloom the smokes, get the reses. No threats really close enough to go for a third party.
All right, now, again, Enigma Galaxy is very much remiss to leave that position they currently have, which has just got really good oversight towards the roadside. Next through you, definitely need to get a move on soon. This is a team that gets the compound and then does not want to leave it. I would understand it, but at the same time, it's been pretty pitiful amounts of eliminations found per map for next through you. Even on chicken dinners, right? For S2G, on the other hand, you know what? 8 eliminations. Good lads. This is better.
Turning it around. Trying to take down the Falcons. They'll add up a 9th as well on this northeastern side. Enigma Galaxy They've been a little bit quieter this match. In go Team Spirit with Naomi moving forwards. Kine wanting to stay alive as Naomi finally takes down Frozen fully. Playing that forward position. This is bold to hop out like that. I mean, not full control over those hillsides close by, but it will be okay for now. Kine lobbing the nade in towards Naomi. Goes close, but not going to tag the damage.
And Naomi's up really close to a lot of these other squads. This is a bold play from him, but you got to respect it as well. I mean, that position on the shack, circle moves down towards that southeast side. It is so important to control that position. Yeah, this is a bit of a dangerous split, right, John? But I think if anyone can do it, it's definitely Team Spirit here. A lot of teamwork built up through many years playing together, these guys. Next year, finally decide that they have to leave directly into the path of S2G.
Oh dear. And there's a crossfire. It is not going to be a good time for them. IWNRX will fall down here. Team Spirit on the south can now start to trudge forwards, put more pressure onto S2G's position. The Onyx Ravens over on that western edge on the high ground right now, sat up on their perch, looking to try and rain down a little bit of terror from that western edge. And they're going to have to leave it soon. And Team Spirit with that split over this next circle, really strong. But maybe Erosion will take its course onto Bishkek's position now.
Possibly, man. I'm not sure. This guy feels like he's prehistoric. He'll last forever, right? But Team Spirit, there is massive chance now for them to have a great game. The Lynx AMR has been brought out, already claimed a victim. As we move on through. Hello, it's me.
You'll have to see.
Crashing into one another. I do like how S2G played that out, though, versus next year. I mean, they assembled their forces in a triangle, right? They only had 3 players, so they expected next year to crash directly towards the center. And so they just have a great crossfire available. I didn't really expect much more from Onyx Ravens than this, honestly. I know it's mean, it's sad to say, but for Onyx Ravens, this felt more like a lucky break that they'd made it this far into the game. NIGMA Galaxy deal with them pretty easily. Crazy, though, sends in some nades. Ooh. What a shot from Calci, though.
Able to take down one. Naomi, though, on a big off angle here. If he peeks up, he has broadside onto this S2G res, being suppressed by the NIGMA Galaxy position. Isn't going to be allowed that opportunity. Instead, he turns his attention over to Calci, who does get knocked in turn. NIGMA Galaxy rolling up to Bishke, and finally, he is not going to be able to weather that one. Another team falls. Calci flushed away. Team Spirit moving up, but they're now 2 players in action as Naomi falls forwards. And NIGMA Galaxy start to swell over the hillsides. 3 teams remaining. A nade for Coops. Puts it towards Razy and Hamzy G for S2G at the downside of this hill, but spotted. Effect on the side swipe.
Finding Coops is a really big deal, actually. You're cutting off the most dangerous head of the Hydra there. NIGMA Galaxy will be flushed out too. Kitsune rocking with the Groza, the ghillie suit, trying to take some off angles. Effect does get knocked though. Luckily, Naomi is close by to get this res.
A little bit long on the Molotov there from Kitsune to land in the shack, but difficult with no vision. Getting that refresh, the level 3 armor and helmet this late in the circle for Kitsune is going to be really important. He's going to be a brutal force to be reckoned with in these final positions. He might be able to do it. He might be able to actually live an entire game. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, that'll be an achievement in of itself. In come the nades though from S2G. Naomi and Effect have pushed off from that position. That's close, but no information gathered from it because no damage was done. Another cook coming through from the boys on NIGMA Galaxy. They're all just off target here from every team.
Pump action still in the hands of Lufa. A nade from Effect. Maybe he can dunk it down. No. Still not quite finding the entrance there. Nearly. You're right. Round 2. It's good.
Nice. Yeah. Difficult though. I don't know. I'm not sure why. I guess it's the only thing you can do. You got to get out the shack there, but S2G happily finished them up, and they needed to get that initial knock over towards NIGMA Galaxy to open the battlefield up for their coming engagement between them and S2G. Expended a lot of nades doing it, as did S2G as they attempted to field a little bit of information here. Hamzy G moves in with a bold push onto the vehicle in front. Nomi's having none of that.
Sends him straight on back. It's just Ray Z. In effect, handles it. Congratulations, because Kitsune's made it all the way to the end here. Team Spirit, Claim and Erangel, a really nicely positioned game. They went for an aggressive crash into the dip, and it paid off against Power. They moved up north, and they kept things rolling. All the way until the end, it looked like they were calm, collected, and in control. That is the sort of gameplay we want to see from Team Spirit. That is what we've been missing, just that little bit.
I mean, did S2G decide that enough was enough, though? At the end there. Right, we've got about 13 elims. Let's just wrap it up. Wrap it up.
I've got a thing. I got to get to it.
I've got a thing to do. The water's in the fridge. It's quite far away. I'm real thirsty. I'm dying of thirst right now.
Oh dear, absolutely.
Just drive into him, Hamzy.
Just go see if you can. Oh dear.
I'm gonna do it as well.
Oh well. Effect Nomi. Effect a triple billing for the Team Spirit boys on this match report. 6 eliminations for Effect. And a nice bit of control of open ground sightlines.
Yeah, they're just an incredibly dangerous team overall. Like, you got some massive names on that squad. I mean, Naomi, they're all interchangeably an MVP qualifying member of that team, right? And that's what makes it so difficult to play against them. So they go up to 20 points total on that one, 10 elimination points. S2G give up what could have been a 23-point game there by just sort of handing them the chicken dinner. Enigma Galaxy just churning away at those points. And once again, it's just not a great day for RCB. And it's concerning because it looked very promising for RCB yesterday.
It really did. And they have not turned up again today in the same fashion, which is unfortunate. But it is teams like Moneymakers, like Enigma Galaxy and Team Spirit who have proven themselves now over this second day, which I'm really happy to see from those 3 rosters and to see that they've been able to keep that pace up. I'm looking forward to seeing if RCB can bring it back because they did look very powerful. I mean, you had Wild doing so much on that roster, right? Just putting down so much hurt across the entirety of the rest of the lobby. Relatively quietly, it has to be said, in terms of his elimination count, but still a really, really powerful presence on that team and something that we just have not seen today.
Yeah, it is confusing, really. Let's take a quick look at the overall and see how things have panned out for RCB as well, if they've fallen off heavily and who's been able to take that top spot. And it is Team Spirit, 102 points, just some consistent games. And it's really those elimination points that are the most outstanding thing here for them. 63 total. You're getting half dropped off on that when you head down towards 8th place with 3D Max. So a really, really good amount of points to be had here. It's also sort of surprising that 3D Max is still on that 8th place, considering they have not played any games today.
No, they have only had those 6 matches that they've played so far. And maybe even more impressively, you've got IWNRX as well, 4 matches played, and they are ahead of a couple of those 10-match teams, including BEŞİKTAŞ, who today have had a pretty decent innings, which is really good to see. Virtus Pro bringing up the rear on this table. They are one of our 4-match teams, so kind of fair that one didn't go their way entirely, but we want to see a little bit more.
Yeah, I think Virtus Pro is kind of a streaky team anyway. I think they've had really high heights and then very low lows. And it takes them a little bit of time to get comfortable in these matches. I still would say that they're a fairly new squad. I think some people would call them pretty seasoned by now, but there is just so much more experience within this lobby overall. And for Virtus Pro, they're still learning. They're still getting the wheels rolling.
Hopefully they can spin it up in time for the end of today's matches. We've done with Arangel now. We're moving on to Miramar after the break. We finished with all that grassy nonsense. We're going over to the deserts now. It's Miramar starting up for 2 matches to close out our day. We've had plenty of interesting final circles over the last few matches. A little bit less rambunctious, a little bit more measured, I would say, so far today. And I think that's sort of been reflected in the sort of teams that are doing well so far.
Yeah, a lot of quick adjustments from squads as well. And I think that's purely because, right, not only are you playing right now for PMWC placements, right, get towards that top 5 at the end of this one once you get to the finals, so you want to get as many bonus points as possible, but also you're accruing PMGC points for your qualification at the end of the year. So there's a lot on the line here. So I think when you look at a team like BEŞİKTAŞ and they decide, no, it's not worth it here on Arangel for us to continue hot dropping, let's just go elsewhere. Oh, that's amazing. Look at the little bear unleashing the beast. That's not quite a beast itself. It could be. It is purple. Could be some kind of exotic, dangerous creature that I'm unaware of.
No, it's not quite unleashing the beast. It hasn't opened the can of monster yet. It needs to just pop that ring and have a sip or two, and I'm sure it'll be much more ferocious.
It'll triple in size.
That's exactly how that works, I've been told. Yeah, officially.
Gain tons of muscles. Twisted Minds here, who are not doing so hot, honestly. I feel a little bit bad for them on overall, just because there's been opportunities for them. I think that they have been up and coming for a while, but on this playing field, it has not gone well for them so far. There's still time to turn that around. Like I said, there's a lot of teams that already have made those adjustments because they know it's necessary. It's not worth it being stubborn in this format right now.
No, not at this stage, and you do not want to be left in the dust on this one. Staying ahead, very important when given that opportunity. Falcons, kind of lower down on the tables as well. I think they're sat in around 9th, like kind of slap bang in the middle, similar to sort of Heroic vibes right now. Whereas Heroic have had some decent showings in some of their engagements. I feel like I just haven't seen that from Falcons so far.
Yeah, no, towards the start of yesterday, it actually looked like they were taking some pretty good positions on the map, but not so much anymore. But yeah, we're getting a quick head-to-head. Look at this. This is some crazy stats, crazy numbers coming up here. Average position of a 12th place, going from average position of 4th yesterday, is pretty horrendous. You know, looking even just the average damage down by 6,000. You've quartered your average eliminations. Yeah, you can clearly see here that it's not looking good.
Is that true? Rank 16 on the day? Are they the worst performing team today? That would be quite crazy if that's true. But either way, yeah, a big switch up for this team, and it's not going to be ideal. It looks like they've started to take their headphones out, and that's never a good sign. When the headphones start coming out, problems are brewing.
Yeah, I mean, I've got eyes like a hawk crossed with an eagle, and I actually saw the rehost happening in real time on one of the devices. Yeah, spoilers, unfortunately.
That's pretty crazy.
Also, I can see right now that the lobby is almost full. There's 2 players from one team not joined yet. Did you see that?
Oh, I saw a player join just then.
One joined.
I saw it.
Just one more. Wrong camera, buddy.
I popped in my Kestrel eyes.
This way. No.
What?
You wait for the red light on the camera. That's the one you want to look at.
Maybe it was a photographer. Maybe he was not even trying to pander to us.
Yeah, but I wanted the love heart.
You'll get one. I'll send it to you. It's all right. You'll be okay. I'm sure there'll be more. Look at that cheeky grin. He knows what he did.
A little bit of pre-workout.
Oh.
This is a workout in of
Second
itself.
try on the high 5. Doesn't really go well for anyone.
He revved up the handshake mid-air. Right. I quite like that. I might give that a try next time.
Just winding it up like Popeye about to clock someone.
Yeah. Winding up the good vibes. We need to do that more often.
Absolutely. I tell you what was a good vibe.
Good news.
I tell you what was a good vibe. Team spirit, able to survive the entire way in that last match. with Kitsune still in the mix of it. I don't know if we caught exactly how much like team stats, what the distribution of that was, but it felt like Kitsune definitely more present in those stats in that last match. So
show us the stats.
good to see.
I'm sure
what he was able to do. I mean, to be fair, with a player like Nomi on side, it's going to be really difficult to stand out because he's just absolutely laying down the law when it comes to that damage. He's playing absolutely insane today. See if he can keep it up in the final 2 matches. Miramar, ready and waiting for these players to take to the skies once more for that match number 5.
And finishing things off with one more Miramar at the end of the day. Just get through this one. That looks like a comfy pillow, man. They've all got them. I want one of those. That'd be awesome for me. And just like those pillows that were standing out, you too can stand out with the GT20 Pro, proudly sponsoring us here at the PMSL EMEA. So thank you very, very much. Hope you guys are enjoying the show so far. Right now, we're getting straight into Miramar. It's the first one of the day. Playing path, pretty even, I'd say, for Miramar overall. Most of the time, you're going to be doing your rotates via vehicle anyway. It's mostly what matters the most on a playing path on Miramar, if it's not absolutely wild, like all the way down the south side of the map, is usually the direction it's flowing in. So if you're able to get out early towards your drop spot, towards maybe La Cobradia with this one, Crater Fields, even Power Grid, it makes a hell of a difference. You see that it's taking so long to get down to Puerto Paraíso, and teams are already getting vehicles on that northwest side. So it really does make a huge difference when it does come to that stage 1 shift right at the beginning of the game, because you're able to get a move on straight away.
Players starting to split out. A wide split there for Onyx Ravens. Look at that. Lathe playing a little bit close to Na'Vi, but they're all just grabbing vehicles and getting away from one another. Still a couple of 100 meters between them. But a very disparate drop. They know that they aren't under too much pressure right now. With this circle dropping, though, that western coast, in about 2, 3, 4 minutes is going to start to get really quite occupied with teams like NIGMA Galaxy, Team Spirit potentially as well, Na'Vi especially, and Virtus Pro, all looking to move up that side, swing around the north edge of La Cobradia potentially to get into this circle.
Yeah, I think that most of the time you either swinging up on that western side or you're taking the Impala route. Just because you know that the eastern side of the circle is going to be less contested anyway, there's going to be opportunities to get in. Like I said earlier, La Cobradia most likely already occupied than it is by Gladiators. Early fight here, next through you. Wow.
Whoa.
That was like a movie shot. I like that a lot. Okay, Frozen. 1 clip, 3 limbs.
That's got to be the highest value clip from a micro Uzi. Probably.
Yeah, the fact got 25 bullets in it as well.
Yeah, right.
Awesome.
Like 3 points for 25 rounds. That's pretty solid stuff going for through the micro Uzi as well.
Yeah, you put that through a filter, right? You know, that's a movie clip. That's my play of the day. But nothing more than it looked really cool.
Did look pretty cool. I'll give you that.
I need a replay of that.
Just on repeat.
See that again.
Just picture replay of that just constantly for the rest of the game.
Yeah. Whoever caught that on camera as well is probably proper chuffed with themselves. Super.
I mean, they were all mucking about with their knives in that barn. It wasn't. It did need to be put a stop to, and he just did it really stylishly.
Yeah, I know. Thank you, cameraman. That was great. That was really good. I'm still reading. Take a quick look at what's going on right now. As most teams have situated themselves, RCB 16th place on the day. Catastrophic, really.
Agreed. A big fall from grace. And they are not having the best of times for it. But the fact I was just about to say, like, they're still in 4th place despite their catastrophic day. Just shows you how strong they were in that first day and makes it actually even more impressive that Coops was able to get MVP on the day, to be honest. Like, that's like a second punch on that one. The fact that they did so well to stay in 4th place despite having a dismal day, but Coops was still the standout player.
Rightly deserved to, honestly. I think that It makes sense though, right? I think for RCB, they were working so well hand in hand, and the points were. Please tell me this is the replay.
Oh,
the
you're
points
gonna
were
get your
so
wish.
evenly distributed between the players. I just want
From the perspective, though. Oh, here we go.
It's so good. It's so good. Oh, Mr. Cameraman, I kiss you. That's awesome.
I'll let you guys exchange numbers after the show.
I will.
Gonna be up towards El Azhar with IW next Ruya, pretty close by as well. Unfortunately for them, El Haji's got their number. And when he's on the warpath, he's pretty difficult to get stopped. So they are going to have to figure something out to try and get away with 3 players if they're lucky.
Yeah, right now for power towards El Azhar, like you say, next Ruya, waiting in the wings. What I find kind of curious about Gladiators right now is that they just haven't moved away from the usual playbook whatsoever. And you'd think that, sort of think losing one of your main IGLs, you'd sort of come up with some new strategies and stuff like that. But it just seems the same old Gladiators. Just Kitsune is not involved. Whereas he's kind of trying to adapt to a new play style. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I think I need to see more from Gladiators.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm unimpressed.
They have not proven themselves to you. They have not bestowed upon you gifts up to your standards.
PUBG Mobile Esports Emperor is displeased.
Displeased. I will say, though, it kind of, to me, hints towards potentially the idea that Kitsune might have wanted to change up a little bit too much for the rest of the roster. I mean, obviously that split from the Gladiators roster is kind of been the big story within Europe for a few months now in this region. And the fact that the Gladiators are really sticking to their old drop spots, you know, northwest on Sanhok, Northwest Island, La Cobreria area, here on Miramar, and on Arangel playing up towards Georgia Bowl, I believe it was before. Like, they're playing very, very similarly. So it feels like the players wanted to stick to what was happening, and potentially Kitsune just kind of disagreed with that, and then eventually got an opportunity to play in a different way with team spirit, with a bunch of new players, and it's working out pretty well right now, sat atop.
The free ride at the moment. Nah, I think he's done well today. And again, like we've seen it a fair few times. It's great having the studio shots in at the same time, because you really can see who's calling the shots. You know, Ralph from Galaxy, Kitsune, nattering away in the ears of the lads on his team. Lucky way though, taking some shots from Aether. I'm not sure. Maybe Virtus Pro pulls up BEŞİKTAŞ, does a little bit better tomorrow. Figures out how they want to play this out. Still figuring out some of the teams in the lobby. And I mean for Virtus Pro, they've not played in a lot of international stages. So a lot of these other teams from EU have gone further within the tournament format, right? You know, towards those international tournaments, played against some of these other regions. So again, I think it might be just a little bit of time before Virtus Pro starts to figure it out. I think that's the big change from the Super League as well, is that you kind of mix and matching a lot of these regions into one smaller ecosystem.
RV taking a loss of a player. Gonzo goes down early on. Not ideal. They were very slow to rotate the previous map, and it looks like Brute Force are going to curtail them yet again this time around. Remember, on that bridge crossing attempt, they were drawn short by Brute Force in that previous round. So Na'Vi not having the best of times with that team. Northeast shift coming through, and it looks like Onyx Raven's going to go all the way over that northern edge. One of the few teams to actually do so in this scenario. We haven't seen too many take that full wide western rotate path. And looks like they might be fairly uncontested on the north side until the teams start to push all the way north from that main glut in the middle.
Yeah, a lot of times they do try and avoid conflict, though, and I think that's a surefire way to never really improve, and that is a team that has to improve soon. This is more of a, we're going to try and just live this tournament out for as long as we can, as opposed to trying to win it. I think you have to put yourself in uncomfortable situations to do better. I mean, this is only the first season of the Super League in EMEA. There'll be more to come, and getting that experience now, whilst it's still in its early stages, is going to be very, very important to you versus some of these really strong squads. Might mean that you don't make it to the finals or you don't make the PMWC, but at least you learned something. At this rate, Onyx Ravens are going to be sat at the bottom of the leaderboard, come away from this tournament having learned absolutely nothing how they want to play in the future. It's just not going to benefit them playing like this.
Nade finds Zachariah and a lot of damage up to the top rope as well. Hamzy G moves on in, and S2G looking a bit more cohesive now. A good cook, and Ragnarok is certainly going to go down to that if he's on the ball, but a nice little backup play from Volt. Actually takes the knock, gets the flush, has the high ground position, shoots down the stairs, finds one, looks for a second, but Volt starts to burn now, and it is just going to be Ragnarok who is saved by Volt on that nade cook, on that push up the stairs. A 1 versus 1 now in action. Ragnarok versus CEO Later. The cook is going on. CEO Later moving along the longhouse. He knows he's shown and stops short of the door frame. Knows a nade is likely to come on in there. Very nice game awareness. Ragnarok pushing on forwards now. Opens them up to the corridor shots. CEO Later has the angle. Teammates starting to bleed out, but CEO Later trapped in this one.
Power also joins into the fray. Gonna hold the pin on the grenade, doesn't get it far enough through the door there to do any damage over towards CEO Later. Molotov forces him into a really awkward position. Probably a perfectly timed here, but at least CEO Later, kind of stylish as well, with the Molotov burning the door away, so he didn't even have to open it before he tossed the nade in. I wonder if they know if Al Hadji's still here. They'll certainly know if they see some of the knocked teammates not quite done yet. Okay.
Sorts it right out.
Get pre-fired, I guess.
He knows he's in the building. He knows he's checking his angles. Good discipline. Heroic eliminated. Power, yet again. Solid strat on the third party. Seems like them, moneymakers, and I think Onyx Ravens were showing it as well a little bit, going for these third parties a little bit more aggressively. They'll need to move up all the way to the north side now, as BEŞİKTAŞ take the northeastern point of these buildings.
This is a very far northeast circle. We have seen this before, and it really is the team that controls this center ravine, really, that's going to be the most amount of benefit to you and your team. Getting up towards that high ground nice and early. I mean, RCB is already looking to do that. Moneymakers yesterday, unquestionably the best squad on Miramar. They're still making their way on the season side, and it has been a long rotate from them down into Porto Paris. So Team Spirit look to be cutting them off, though, and they are fairly split.
Easy. Wanting to fend off the pincer maneuver from Na'Vi, but it's just not going to work. He doesn't know which way to look. He's caught unawares. Kante now on the inside has to deal with 3 players aggressing onto his position. A good, well, not a good nade. That's from Puncher. A team nade coming on through, and it could be disastrous for their hopes here. Kante has the chance now to fend it off. Maybe some backup coming on through to help. A second knock sent out their way, and Axa put on the swivel. A disastrous nade popped in through for Na'Vi. It allows Power to pick up the pieces, and Kante comes out looking amazing from that.
They don't even lose a player off it either, which is probably the most disgusting thing about the whole exchange. Other than the self-nade, of course. Onyx Ravens find shots over towards boys on Moneymakers. Koa also taking a lot of damage, and this Team Spirit has sort of crunched them into this awkward scenario now.
Moneymakers.
Team Spirit have dealt with this team before on Miramar. That's some great nades.
They know what they're doing there. Isolating those corners, stopping the Moneymakers from challenging them on the top spots as well from this match. Really great stuff from Team Spirit. Kitsune can get rezzed. Did get knocked. Knocked dead. Alive for Kitsune.
Surviving. Awesome.
This
is really, really cool from Team Spirit right now. And I think that I would say that they're getting into the groove of it, right? I think yesterday you saw it be a little bit of a bumpy ride towards the end of the day, purely because they'd had to deal with hot drop after hot drop after hot drop over on Arangel, and then you just about start to get your momentum there on Miramar. Today has been a lot more different, right? They've had good game after good game, coming to Miramar feeling pretty refreshed. 4-man squad here. This is the one thing I was very worried about, that they were going to fall back into bad habits where they would lose players early on quite frequently, and then just, despite having the power behind them, right? The horsepower, just not able to do that much because they were only running with 2 wheels. This time around, though, it's looking a lot more consistent, having that amount of players into this end game. Next circle, Pops and RCB looking in a really strong position here. John alongside with BEŞİKTAŞ, who are currently holding out, edge guarding down towards the southwest side, watching down that hill.
Trying to keep control over the rugged terrain around that area. A large amount of slopes, a lot of terrain cover to move up to that area, but they have got quite the nice high ground area under control. Gladiators split on the west, but pretty happy for now. They are going to be pushed in somewhat, and they're going to have to choose either north or south of the road. Going south of the road, more dangerous, but probably in the long run better for their odds, unless they can fully sweep away brute force on that northern side.
This is the infamous nade. I mean, I'd say that's more Six's fault, right? He just runs directly into it. You got about 6 seconds. Or it's miscommunication, who knows? AZ takes some shots from... Goodness me, this guy is cracked.
How does he hit those, dude?
I don't know.
I think that was, about 15 kilometers away, that shot. That was insane.
Yes. I mean, if you're AZ, you're not likely to pop your head up anytime soon. Like a worm buried back underground, because Coops has got your number. That is until he gets shot out at. Getting too big for his boots, this guy.
Come on. Be humble, Coops. He's going to get humbled there by a player from Falcons, I believe. Actually spotted by AZ, who's had a little bit more confidence to step up. Lufa goes down as well, and the Gladiators have started to turn this pressure around. A nice foray into the south side rotation. He did have to choose, and it looks like it's going to be more and more likely that they do head south. Coops, is that a re-knock or a flush? Not entirely sure, but at the moment, it's going to be a flush. Gaith just down shots over towards Lord. There's an immediate flush back as well. Pretty devastating as a solo player, just flanking on this south edge.
Not bad at all. AZ still getting things done. NIGMA Galaxy falling. Will be knocked out there in 9th place. Only 3 eliminations. It's not the best. Gladiators, though, will continue moving on. With all 4 players, I thought that would go a lot worse for the Gladiators overall, but keep it moving. Onyx Ravens still on that wide split on the northeast side, just playing their own game, right? I respect it. Team Spirit, big test ahead of them, though, right? It's nigh impossible getting over this ridge side challenge versus RCB. They've selected one of the best positions on the map, and I think you can still see the fact that this team is a strong team. They are an intelligent team just by the way they pick their compounds. Just been sort of outplayed today. I mean, Effect even getting up this close is absolutely silly business.
Oh, hops out of the buggy, just bobbles over the terrain there, and Loxy goes for the flush. Hasn't quite confirmed it just yet. Wants to step out for it, but it's not really gonna be recoverable there, unfortunately. But Nomi in the meantime has managed to get up in personal as well. Drops back a little bit. Nicely placed from Silas, but bursts a little bit too high up in the air to catch Kitsune. Sorry, Nomi this time around. As he strafes around, going for the trade shots. Kitsune on the off angle. Needs to suppress the line. Naomi is close on this approach as well. A nade just going over the head of Nomi. Does tag him a little bit, but it's Gaith on the off angle. He was disastrous for NIGMA Galaxy. Can the same be true for RCB?
That was a nade tossed backwards towards him. I'm not sure there. Nomi cannot contend. I mean, the one gun that he's got is absolutely blazing hot, but he can't really contend versus 2 of them. Team Spirit, 5 eliminations, so up to a top 8. It's not bad, but I'm glad that RCB is starting to bring things back into the fold. It's just much later than I thought it would. start to happen again.
Silas backed off by the nade, but nearly was able to take down Naomi. Now it's Kitsune and Naomi playing as a duo. Still need to make this approach, and RCB pretty reluctant to give up this high ground position, and you can see why. It's incredibly strong. Kiss nearly backed off by the off angle from Naomi and Kitsune, but will not be able to find the first knock. Another nade now being cooked by Loxy. He just needs to drop it down anywhere near Naomi will do, and this cook looks good over the edge. And there's the knock. That's what they were looking for. Nearly a double burst for Kitsune. He needs to line them up through the angle, but it won't be there. The wall just a little bit too vulnerable to it. Gaith still sat ahead of them and maybe undiscovered by Regnum Kaya Bra Esports here. 6 eliminations, though, racked up now for the once reigning champs of this tournament.
Yeah, very, very tough rotate there for Team Spirit to make happen, but well held by RCB, despite the fact they were still tested by a team rolling up from underneath. Gaith had his chance.
Uh-oh.
It's gone poorly.
It really
Frost
has.
was there as well. Next Ruya.
He had no clue that Gaith was there, and
Panic!
The rest of the team were just on the back, and there was no way. As soon as he popped that DBS shot, there was no way. Might have bided his time, maybe had a better result there, but now it's up to IWNext Ruya to keep them suppressed a little bit further towards that south side. That central crag, if you can maintain control of it, like Brute Force are looking to do from the west, you're going to have a good time.
RCB recollect themselves a little bit here. Running a little bit low on grenades. I think so far it does seem to me like meds aren't too much of a trouble. They've got a fair few death crates there to loot. IWNext Ruya got a lot of information off the back of this. Do have frozen up front and personal, you know, just in case this does switch back over towards that west side or the south, in which case the rest of the team in Z-Wolf as well as Kine can regroup back on top of him. It is BEŞİKTAŞ once again. Kakali hitting some stunner shots. Toxic does go down to Loxy from a long-range AUG shot.
Should be resable though for Tospic. On this south side, they are on that high ground, so long-range shots will just damage that armor, draw on the med supplies that BEŞİKTAŞ have in the back pocket. RCB rolling in, 3 players in the vehicle, popping out, trying to get the spray onto Poser, but it's not quite landing. He's still just away, just over some cover. And the res has come through as well, so 3 guns now pointed out towards Regnum Kaya Bra. And look at this. IWNext Ruya going to look to crunch on into this as well. RCB might have just taken a pretty big L here as they move into a valley. A downshot crossfire from both IWNext Ruya and BEŞİKTAŞ on their west.
Tough position to be in here for RCB. Getting completely crushed between 2 of these teams. Squeezed and compacted, and thrown away. It's been pretty good from IWNext Ruya, despite the resources they've had to deal with. Moving all the way up this hillside towards RCB, afforded by good time with BEŞİKTAŞ as well. Pumping the damage over towards RCB, and I think they have let themselves get caught a little bit here. I think eventually you've got to make the decision that this position down the south side, eventually, like a couple of pendulums, 2 teams are going to swing down and crush you between them.
Getting those meds on board, getting the stims active for their next maneuver. Just Wild remains the workhorse of Regnum Kaya Bra Esports. Will need to keep on going against pretty indomitable odds right there. Brute Force taking a knock from Kakali. It's a really good opener. Brute Force had some of the best control over the open terrain here. And a second to follow it up for a flush as well. Really good news.
Wild, last left alive. Seen these types of bushes before, and players just wander straight on past them. I think most guys these days are pretty aware that there can be players in them and just pre-fire them anyway, like you just see. Thank you for proving my point. Would have felt very silly if not.
A pretty good result compared to the rest of their day for RCB. 10 points. They'll take that. They'll take what they can get at this stage.
Oh, yeah, I mean, 10 points is fantastic compared to what they've been able to put up on the board to date. Onyx Ravens, again, it's much ado about nothing for these guys. I mean, they made that rotation over towards that northern edge, but I'm not sure there's too many teams that concerned with them, honestly. They've made so little presence that I'm sure the IWNX Ruya, BEŞİKTAŞ probably don't even know that they exist on that north side.
Still an ill omen over the ridge line that they'll have to contend with. Even if they have been quiet up until now, they will be thrust into the chaos of it all. BEŞİKTAŞ moving on in, or certainly setting up to do so. But it's just so difficult to make this move. You're kind of locked in with all these teams so close by to you. And Prepod almost single-handedly is stopping BEŞİKTAŞ from moving out west. Now that there is a breakdown from Poser, there is potential to try and just get that outpost dealt with. But there's still the backup from Ado, from that backline for Brute Force.
BEŞİKTAŞ underneath. Brute Force is very spread right now, like you say. It's a tough one because they're attempting to hold out versus guys on Onyx Ravens, but they are just not doing anything. And I think that for Brute Force, it's sad to say, but their attention probably best set over towards the guys on BEŞİKTAŞ.
I'm not sure if they know if Prepod's there. In that forward position, Tospic is looking a completely opposite direction. I don't think Poser's keeping an eye out. He's cooking a nade, but up stops Kine in the midst of it all. Kakali takes a couple of bullets, and the cook on the nade is there from Kine, but Kakali has one to answer. Goes a little bit long, nearly takes him down all the way. The bullets will seal the deal, and up they go. Straight on in. Prepod does get spotted, but the nades starting to pour on in, and actually it's Brute Force who still have control of this north route way out for BEŞİKTAŞ. They aren't going to let them go on through. It's just Tospic now remaining.
Game out. Onyx Raven existing within this match, I would say. But Kine has done incredibly well versus BEŞİKTAŞ to push them out. Neos attempts to get something done there, but Leif finally gets the backstab on him. Like I said, I just don't think he even knew. Nobody even knew that they were in this game.
I mean, now they certainly do, but they've been very, very quiet. One limb found so far. They've taken a knock. They'll just get that res. It looks like a war of attrition at this point. It's as close to a pacifist run as you can most of the time get. I mean, obviously Demuerte with that full zero elimination Sanhok I remember from last season, which was absolutely incredible. But one elimination, two maybe to get that chicken dinner is still going to be pretty huge, but they have to do it. And unfortunately for them, IWNX Ruya might stand in their way.
Dead Wolf, nade over the top. We'll find Vigors. Ali's already got the nade in hand. Has to put it back in the pocket. He is just not finding the shots. It is not often you see the DBS lose to the UMP either, John.
Not at that range. But unfortunately for them, they lose all but Lath, and now the Onyx Ravens going to be severely diminished on that northern side. It is really IWNX Ruya's game to throw away here. They've had a pretty good day of it, Blank. I feel like this is a team that you do have to be watching out for from now on. I mean, if you weren't before, that is. Certainly a nice, powerful start to their campaign here at the PMSL EMEA.
Yeah,
their first day of games.
It's not the Turkish team that I was keeping my eyes on. Honestly, it was probably FLUX I was looking to really put the hurt locker in. But no, the IWNX Ruya looking really good here.
Neos, Ado, trying to move forwards, but with the blue zone crushing you in, the nades pouring on past your ears, it's going to be really difficult going, but that's how you start. Ado for one, trade it off. Now, can he find the 1 versus 2? Neos looks for the spray, doesn't quite connect on the first, and there's Frozen to back it up as well. Could have got a little bit more wild with it, but brute force eliminated. IW next, Ruya find a second chicken dinner on the day, and another high placing finish. 20 points on the match, a really great result that will push them nice and far up the tables. Remember, they are going to be 6 matches behind everybody else on these tables. So any result like that is going to be absolutely phenomenal news.
Yeah, I mean, for next Ruya there's a lot to be said about Kine in that situation, holding it down on the front lines, was the top of that hill versus RCB. I don't want to harp on Onyx Ravens too much there, but the fact they went down so quietly, again, if I had to give any advice to them, it's just to get stuck in, even if it means that you take some fights early on, you try some different rotations that put you more in the line of fire. It's much better than just doing nothing all game. You're learning nothing from that. You're existing right now. It's not enough. It is not enough.
You do gain very little value, I think that's fair to say, and when they are squatting down towards the bottom of the tables, it is not looking very illustrious, to say the least. Here are the match rankings, though. You can see 21 points on the game, so they managed to get 11 eliminations. Brute Force racking up 15. RCB, best result they've had all day, 10 points.
Yeah, honestly, really, really good stuff from RCB, but it did slowly fall apart. And again, I think that's the best you could hope for RCB towards the end of the day there, is to get at least some points on the board, right? So you don't feel like you just come off a really, really good day and then just absolutely blown it coming into the second. Looking down towards the bottom of the table, money makers, 0 points. The back-to-backers yesterday on Miramar getting 0 points is real shame.
Not the sort of performance that we wanted, but they did have a pretty decent start to today as well. They have kept up towards the top of the tables. Obviously, we did see Team Spirit there not getting the best of results, but Team Spirit were the ones to take down Moneymakers. They are trying to keep pace, but with Brute Force getting a couple of points on board in the end there, that gift might be snatched away from them. Those top spots obviously very, very hotly contested. Of course, the top 4 teams out of this tournament will be going to the PMWC at the ESPORTS World Cup later this year in Riyadh. So you can check it out, the dates down in that little picture-in-picture there. So make sure you are tuning in for that, because 4 of these teams will be going right to group stages with an extra going to that survival stage. We'll be seeing just who that is later on in this month. But for now, we're going to go to a break before our final Miramar today.
NIGMA Galaxy, very controversial team.
Moneymakers.
Bro, for me, they'll be here, bro. They'll be here.
NIGMA Galaxy, very controversial team.
Moneymakers.
Bro, for me, they'll be here, bro. They'll be here.
They play pretty good, but like they choke always the final.
Hello, I'm Coops.
Hello, I'm Lufa, and we're going to do power rankings. Hello, it's NOX from 3D Max, and I'm with Robs today for our power ranking.
Hello everyone, I'm Icy.
Hello everyone, I'm KAOS77.
And today we invite you to watch our power rankings for PMSL EMEA.
How about digital athletics? See this? See this?
Moneymakers.
Best team.
Yeah, I think Top Guns for sure.
Moneymaker is a team that can be all the way on top or all the way down.
Navi. Navi.
Navi.
It's full Kazakhstan team.
Yeah, but they have Beka now.
Yeah, they have Beka.
No space in Dark Horses.
Bro, let's put them.
Let's put them.
Dark horses as well. I don't know, sometimes they're good, sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not. Oh my
Good for us.
Put them on the bottom. No, put them right inside.
Stuji.
Our main rival.
Yeah, Revival.
S2G actually it's the best team of Turkey if we talk about result.
Yeah.
So for me it's gonna be equal with FLUX.
I put them as Top Guns because
Yeah.
their history is pretty good.
I don't know if it's this or this.
I think this is OXI.
Bro, this is Dark Horse, bro.
Put them as new challengers.
3D Max, they're very good team.
Yeah, I'd put them Top Guns as well.
Yeah.
I mean, we have good gun skill.
Yeah.
But
I think I will put here, I have NIGMA Galaxy. I don't know, they have a new player, so I don't know really how they play.
They don't have Freak too.
Yeah, too. So I will put they in maybe Dark Horse.
I really don't know where to put them.
Dark Horses maybe.
It's full already, bro.
Nah, no need to choose this, bro. We're gonna put it here. These are power rankings.
I think we have good ranking.
This is our power rating for PMSL EMEA.
Yeah.
Thank you for
I would
watching.
like to invite you guys to come watch us tomorrow
And support us.
support. And thank you all.
See you, peace out.
See you.
NIGMA Galaxy, very controversial.
Day 2 has been a little bit of a shake-up so far. RCB having a downturn. That last match, a little bit better. Can they keep that pace up for our final match of the day? We've got one more Miramar ready and waiting for you.
Yeah, one final one to go through. Again, weird that Moneymakers came out with 0 points last time after being so dominant yesterday on Miramar itself. Obviously, a weird circle, probably as far away as possible from Moneymaker's position. But what we have close to the hearts of the players and to us is the INFINIX GT20 Pro. It is the official smartphone sponsor of PMSL EMEA. So thank you so much for sponsoring the show, guys. And you can check out the phone on our lovely stage, which you'll see very soon as well. In fact, right now.
Look at that. Plenty of them. 2 on screen right now. I can see them. Excellent stuff. In the hands of NIGMA Galaxy, no less. Coops, a standout player, but plenty of other powerful, strong performances from Lord, similarly, and Ralph as well. Lufa, I feel like, has been potentially not the weak link of the team, but a little bit more quiet when it comes to performance so far. But a new addition to the team, maybe just waiting a little bit to find that groove, to get in the mix of it.
Yeah, I'd say that's reasonable. But at the same time, there has been a fair few moments where they've invested quite a bit of resources to getting him back up again. I think that's because he does play a critical role in the team of just being that backstop a lot of times that presents a lot of that capability to make those big plays happen with Lord as well as Coops in the front line. So it might just be that the stats are a little bit skewed because of the role he's playing within the team. We'll wait and see though, because I've also been thinking the same thing, and that's the only reason I can come up with.
The last match to play for Lufa, wanting to step up to the par of the rest of the team. Probably very possible for a team like NIGMA Galaxy to be able to give him that support, so we'll have to wait and see. Campo Militar down to the islands, down towards that southwest. Minas del Sur down on that edge of the map.
So straight away out is Onyx Ravens, loving to drop really early and on the outskirts of the map. Root Force, who have very much surprised me in terms of their performance. I mean, these guys were off a lot of the team's radar last year and have really stepped up to the plate now. I think currently 3rd place, was it there? Which is awesome to see. Nomi is just pulling ahead, man. And Alhanji's caught up to Coops as well, which is awesome to see.
I think potentially it's today that Coops hasn't had as big of an impact as he did day 1, which, I mean, like, measuring Coops up against what he was able to do yesterday may be slightly unfair, but I think it's a comparison that everyone will just naturally be making. He's certainly not had the same impact today. I think it's fair to say. He's still been strong, sure, but not quite at the same level as some of the other players in this lobby. Like you said, Nomi absolutely continuously just clambering up over and over again with the eliminations, with the damage, which is a massive factor of what Nomi is able to bring to Team Spirit, to be able to stand up and get even closer and closer towards Coops.
Yeah, I mean, Wildcats next year is another big standout as well, though, John. Just because a 5th place on the overall standings might seem minimal in the grand scheme of things, but it is a really big statement to be made if you account for the fact that this is the only day they've played so far, and most of the teams that are in that top 3 have had 2 days of play already. So this is really awesome to see from next year. Hoping that they can keep that kind of thing rolling.
Rolling over the top there, it's the Moneymakers who drop Icy out for a couple of shots over towards Coops in the party bus, but a little bit too much cover found. And Icy taking a little bit too much damage there for my liking, but should be all right for the time being. They'll be able to get on the road from the south side. This is all the way down on the south edge. Near to NIGMA Galaxy, as we saw Coops getting away in that party bus, grabbing the vehicle. And the circle not too far away from either of them. So down to seemingly Puerto Paraíso for Moneymakers as Coops rolls it out and styles it out with style as well. Nice stuff on the party bus.
Brute Force just making their way downtown in the US right now. Again, not much to be said at this point in time. I think S2G is desperately trying to pump those scores back up again to make up for the past couple of days. Is that initial... That's just mean.
Wait, it's happened again. A knife fight on the entrance to the garage. What is it with... Man, I don't know. I feel like there's too many hot drops so far. Something I've talked about over today and a little bit yesterday as well is I think that Europe has been a lot more aggressive in the early game. EMEA in general has. And I've liked it, but that's too early. Like, come on. Get some weapons.
Just
have at least a reasonable fight.
Yeah, but I mean, they ganged up on him. It was smart. And
entertaining.
It was entertaining. And they got him done. So, for them, easy pickings. 1 point on the board for Virtus Pro. Desperately needed, considering they've only got 11 right now. I mean, for Virtus Pro, doing equally as badly as Na'Vi is pretty hurtful, considering how... I don't want to say it in a bad-mannered way, but considering the way that Na'Vi's played today, it is just not up to par with what we've seen from these players in the past. And for Virtus Pro to play the same as that is even worse, because we know these players are good. They were some of the biggest up-and-comers last year in Europe. So I fail to see why they're performing like this right now in the PMSL EMEA. It's got to be nerves, man. It's got to be nerves. I think we saw them have a similar drop-off in performance when it came to playing on the stage. And again, you are in front of the bright lights here in a much more pressured environment. It feels more pro, let's say. Live action.
Definitely. I think it's interesting. It's that middle gap, right? Playing in these environments, in the studio environment with no audience. It's that middle ground between playing from your bedroom and playing in front of a crowd on a stage, where they're all cheering for you or for your demise. Sometimes a little bit louder at the start of this match. Onyx Ravens pick up a point early on.
Yeah. You miss 3 slugs, point blank. It's okay. I feel like I'm being too harsh to Onyx Ravens, honestly.
No, that was completely civil.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, good. Yeah, I just... I like a team... I can respect a team that tries to play the game. And to give you an example of that, to give you a good example of that, was Al Hadji as a player overall, even with the team he was on last year. Like, him and the boys, they were obviously not the best team there. They were probably one of the worst teams there when it came to the qualification stage of PMGC, but they really tried their hardest and they pushed the boat out to try and see if they could get into the survival stage. They got knocked out at the end, but I had a lot of love for them. I had a lot of love for Al Hadji because he kept trying all the way until that last moment. So yeah, I'm not a huge fan of teams that just sit out on the edge a lot and just kind of warm the bench, but in game.
They take up a slot in the lobby.
Yeah, that's really cruel though, but I wouldn't go as far to say that. But again, yeah, it's just friendly advice. Friendly advice. Just try and do what you can. Do what you can, and a lot of times that'll lead you to believing and having the confidence to doing what you don't think you can. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see how Onyx Ravens do progress. But equally, they could do nothing. So we'll wait till that happens later on in the tournament.
Get pretty philosophical with your advice there, Blank. I feel like that's given me something to ponder over after this match is done.
I can't help myself when it comes to advice for teams, especially when it comes to advice for teams that is not pertinent to gameplay, rotations, or mechanical skill. I'm great for it.
Oh,
emotionally, yeah. I could help.
You need to ask yourself the big questions. Like, what do you want? You know? That's the question that Onyx
What do you want from life?
What do you want from life? What are you going to find?
Yeah.
What are your goals? You know, you need to figure out your goals.
This isn't right for you. You should have been an astronaut.
Do you think?
No.
I think I'd do quite well in space.
I don't think you have the right to say that. Personally.
What do you mean?
I don't think it's sort of not. It's not even something you could imagine doing, right?
What, going to space?
Yeah.
I'm imagining it right now.
Okay, but
oh, this is great.
I could imagine. I'm not very imaginative, apparently.
Okay, yeah, apparently you can't imagine. So
no, what I'm trying to say is that I can imagine a similar situation I've been in. I've never been in 0G.
You never fallen? Like
Not
from
for
a
that
height?
long.
No,
I've
but like
fallen and the ground's met me in 2 seconds, yeah.
Okay.
And we've had a hug and it was painful.
Have you done like indoor skydiving or anything like that?
Yeah, that would be cool though.
I've done it once when I was like a teenager. It's good fun, but I'd say that's probably the closest I've been to space.
So you could equate that to being, I imagine
I'm basically Buzz Aldrin, okay? Like, get off my back.
I floated in the skydive gym.
I'm Neil Armstrong right now.
Dear me. Okay.
I can't remember the name of the third guy. Oh, I should have that as trivia. The third guy who didn't go on the moon.
I feel so. Wait, apologies. I'm going to bring this back to the game now. But our map operator is. Our map operator is actually proper into the game here. And I think our map operator has a fan favorite team who's like circling down towards the moneymakers.
Yeah.
Before finally zooming in, is like, these guys have got what it takes.
Talking about us, I'm pretty sure.
No, moneymakers.
Oh no, we've also gone pretty insane. It's match 6. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
That is true. I checked. It says it on the screen.
Mm-hmm. It's the last game of the day. So let's get back to it, shall we? We've had enough fun. Enough fun in games, all right? None more of that.
Back down to earth.
Only analysis and talking about the guns. NIGMA Galaxy. Currently on the screen. I have a 2-2 split going on, actually, down towards that southwest side. I'm sorry I've not updated you lads at home and gals about all of the goings-on of where these players are currently at the moment. So let's do a quick stock check, shall we? Virtus Pro down towards Montenuevo. Just behind them is NIGMA Galaxy. You can see them right here on the screen. They've got that split going on between La Driera, but close behind them is Na'Vi right now, but they're sort of shunted out towards that south side. Perfect, thank you. I didn't even have to do this in the first place. There you go, guys. But again, if I was looking at this one, I'd probably be looking at S2G having one of the stronger positions. RCB also, but this is one of those positions on the map where it's very much shareable, where RCB takes control of this high ground, S2G takes control of the high ground a little bit underneath. It's one where you have a good old handshake with the other team, and you say, we're going to control this zone for a long, long time. And then me and you, we're going to duke it out for first and second place. Now, we'll see if my prediction comes true or not. In the meantime, Onyx Ravens are giving it a good go. Thank you.
They're getting stuck in and against none other than IW Next Ruya as well. And it seems like they're doing pretty well for now, but likely to start losing players to these flushes as time goes on. Fully backed up at this stage. Vigors looking to get that med kit on board. Kine wants the flush, but Vigors wants to complete that med kit. It's not going to help you, though. Maybe it would have been a better idea just to stand up for it, but it's RCB on the back lines with the third party from the northern edge, all the way across from the northern side of Power Grid. They have got the angle down towards this fight, and they will just take the shots when they're given them.
Yeah, the sight lines are absolutely sublime from that top side, the map up there on the north where RCB are currently playing. You can see so much from that position. So as soon as they start hearing a fight there, it all pops off. But well done, Onyx Ravens. Honestly, I'm actually really happy with that. You know, that's the kind of fight that you want to see. They didn't back off. Yes, they made some mistakes. And it's not always going to be a fight where you come away with all 4 players. A simple one there, you know, don't go for the medkit. First aid kit always. Even if you've got the med kit in the back pocket, always go for the first aid kit quicker.
Or
in that kind of situation.
with your gun.
Yeah.
And then heal.
Yep. And kind of just go for the risque play. 6 though.
Ooh.
Looks to try and take down Moneymakers as they swoop on past. You got pretty far. Icy fell. Risque as well down to Gonzo. A lot of players down towards the southeast side. It is rough moving out through this area. It's probably one of the most open areas in this map. NIGMA Galaxy making their approach on the northwest side. So big wrap from Ladriera there, where they regroup. Coops is very much on the southern edge.
Ooh. Go up. Looking for the flush, potentially. A nade to try and steal that one away. Puncher moves up, but KAOS still has that DBS in action, and it's barking pretty loud. Unfortunately, there is an answer from 6 in kind. Nades still continue to pour on through. The Moneymakers eliminated once more with just the 1 point over these 2 Miramars that they won back-to-back yesterday. They've managed to get 1 point today. A real change-up.
Yeah, that's not great, is it? That's not great at all. I think that it's one of those things where some of that timing is now not working out so well, and they're becoming a little bit blasé with some of these rotates that they're making. But they need to dial things back just a little bit. That is so annoying.
Oh no, you really needed that as well.
Yeah, he needed that badly. So unless one of the boys comes back to pick him up, which I highly doubt. Oh, actually, Naomi does have a US. We'll grab him. That's all the way down towards the south side. Tixie will get an explode over towards Ralph. Ah, that's rough, man. Ralph was so close to the compound, too. I think there's a possibility to actually get him picked back up again, though.
Maybe. If they can keep Tixie's position suppressed, if there's the angles to do so, they might be able to launch a rescue mission. Playing as 3. Coops and Lord both reticent, though, to go for that push. And Tixie, the last player for Gladiators, is just going to get backed off.
Let's go for a heal here. Again, Gladiators today haven't been super impactful. Down in 14th place on the day. 18 points. Freezer taking out the wheels on the UAS. Goodness me. All the ability to move here for NIGMA Galaxy just ruined by the fact that Ralph went down in that location. It's the worst place to go down as well because you're still trying to assimilate those vehicles into the compound. You absolutely need them. It's the point of the game where vehicles are a little bit more dangerous because there's likely to be a lot of teams around this spot with high ground advantage who can just annihilate a UAS very short amount of time. But you need them from this position in particular, because how are you going to cross this ground without anyone seeing you? Freezer's just got the whole broadside to take some of these players from NIGMA Galaxy out. So again, Ralph going down just has this really big butterfly effect. It has huge knock-on consequences.
They will have a tough time making that maneuver work for them. The south side being hotly contested as well, as we hop over with BEŞİKTAŞ, who have had quite a lot of control over this east side of the map in the meantime. Underneath them, it looks like Power have finally fallen. Twisted Minds looking to push in from the south edge, but Team Spirit turning their attention out towards Falcons. Naomi, low on that low ground, pops a nade around the corner, sees the damage tick over as well. Damar wants to pop these bandages so that his stims can heal him up fully. Naomi knows that he's in danger, though. Doesn't want to over-aggress here. Instead, clambers his way up that rock and up to the rest of the team and immediately drops back down.
Team Spirit will have to worry about Virtus Pro as well on this top side. That's exactly why they're trying to push the boat out a little bit and trying to get rid of the Falcons who are surrounding them. It's a tough call. S2G still holding this a lovely lineup towards the western side. RCB, by the way, lost 3 of their players, John. I'm not even sure how it happened. Was focused elsewhere. You had such a strong location to play around with. There had to be long shots as well, and or a crash that came through. But losing that amount of players, it doesn't make sense to me. There was so much action down towards the south side. It should have been so safe on this northern edge.
Either way, they've come a cropper on something. They've been left wrecked, but not out of it just yet. They've got Wild, who is still in action for them. Falcons playing as 3 now behind the queue of Team Spirit in front of them, who might need to move a little bit further north off their position now, but you can see they are wary of the Falcons on their off angle. Behind them, trying to crunch on in. Looks like Ragnar's going to stick around, and Damar and Gaith's going to move across, but Damar gets caught on the cross and will just bleed out unless Gaith can tag that res. It's really close, but I think he's managed to do it. I'm very surprised that he's managed to stick that, but when you've got to go for the res, you've got to go for the res, and luckily they had cover from it.
Yeah, teammates in trouble. You've got to become the hero he needs in that moment. Team Spirit still in this awkward scenario, right, where there is a ton of sightlines looking down towards him. Kitsune takes a beating.
Ooh.
S2G, at this point, you come back towards the north side. Having a player down towards that south side is great for information, but as soon as you start hearing vehicles, as soon as you start hearing footsteps, you push back up again. And it's only Milky Way, really, that was able to do that. You go from having a surefire win there for S2G to it becoming a little bit iffy now.
Yeah, having
such a great compound as well. It's so hard to push up towards because of the terrain surrounding it.
It is a really powerful area. Lovely high ground. Nades in for Twisted Minds now as they compete with Falcons for this southern slice. There's the wild card of the last player from Heroic as well, as Yusuf looks to pick up some flushes, pick up some points for them. Gaith now being folded back and having to be worried about it all. Twisted Minds, they did actually go entirely down to BEŞİKTAŞ, who were able to sweep down towards this eastern side. They've got a lot of pressure now to these teams on the southwest.
Next circle. About to pop very shortly. 30 seconds. Again, for S2G, having those 4 players would have been monumental. If this is a western shift over towards this compound, goodness me, a real shame. There's so many points of contact that you can take in that place as well. Not to mention just being able to poke your nose out towards the eastern side and take shots at teams trying to push up towards you. Virtus Pro find that one pick off on towards Ray Z. Really throws a spanner in the works there for S2G.
Kitsune gets behind some cover there. Safety for now, but might start to dwindle away. A lot of health bar damage onto Team Spirit. Looks like they might be quite low on meds now. Though Naomi looks okay. He's still got 2 stims. He's still got 2 first aids. Maybe the rest of them just a little bit more lacking. Bandages needed to be applied on that one. Kitsune does go down to a nade, and that is the backstop for them. Unlikely that they turn around for it, especially with him taking shots continually. Gaith moving forwards. BEŞİKTAŞ tried to stop his roll, but it's not going to happen. 2 players fall right in front of him, but now Tospic has the open angle with that Mini 14, but can't quite land the shots. Gaith is being a little bit of a terror here. Kakali now with a shot, and will just be able to pepper the UMP onto the rock side, but that might slow BEŞİKTAŞ down enough to allow Team Spirit a way in.
Very much needed, because with Kitsune going down, need an ability to try and push in. Respect the fact that they tried to push through towards BEŞİKTAŞ instead and try and sweep round towards that north side. Overall, rough experience. I think the guys kind of chilled out though. And we do get the zone on top of S2G. Again, looking more and more likely they might be able to take the game here. But Virtus Pro, from the position that they're in, they'll have to slowly edge their way up. Again, that land pushing up towards S2G so open. They're likely going to have to wait till a little bit longer in the game here before they start unleashing a lot of the smokes. But there's so many already being expended just to keep Team Spirit at bay.
All the time being, there goes Nomi. Virtus Pro have some great angles on it. Effect trying to keep the dream alive. Rotating around in the buggy, trying to regroup with his teammate, and actually goes one step further. Moving further into this circle, hitting the deck in some cover. Virtus Pro, they know he's there, but they don't quite have the angle just yet. Milky Way backed off with a cheeky little spray from Naomi in the shack.
Naomi, like you say, still going strong here. It's Lewis from Beşiktaş, though, coming up from behind. Not done just yet, and there's so much commotion over on this side that Team Spirit just barely have the attention to give him before he might go for a quick, cheeky backstab.
Lighting up the vehicle. Nade is still being cooked. Naomi gets the reload off. The vehicle's low, but the nade is perfect from Milky Way. Right into his gob there. And Naomi, unhappy with his meal. The push-up from Virtus Pro can continue. It will be just effect now to try and trundle on for Team Spirit in that top spot of this tournament. No teams really that close enough to chase them down after today are close enough behind them and still alive. So we'll have to wait and see. It is only Virtus Pro now with 4 players alive on the south edge.
Yeah, for Virtus Pro, they're starting to mop up a little bit. And again, this had to happen because there's no way they were pushing up towards S2G without removing a lot of the players on this south side. And the more players they're able to get rid of, the more death crates, the more utility they have for that end game. You can see here S2G desperately trying to see if they can get a pick off. Slow Virtus Pro down a little bit and give them time to potentially stop that push coming their way.
Malloy not spotted by Kelsey, but if he peeks his head up, it's likely to get taken straight back off, which is not ideal. Virtus Pro establishing a good line, but they still have to keep moving forwards here. You can see he peeks up and immediately Milky Way takes that tick of damage. Beşiktaş and Virtus Pro both stopping one another from having the approach that potentially they would like. And S2G now have to be worried about this south side. With the approach from the west as well of the duo from Brute Force, it's going to be a difficult hold for S2G now. They're playing as 3. Can they make anything happen as the nades start to rain in? NIGMA Galaxy approaches from that northern edge as well.
NIGMA Galaxy's done a fantastic job to actually continue their way down. I mean, they've had to wait for a long, long time and really bide their time. The perfect moment to strike. They make it happen. Already taken down one of the Gladiators players, the last one remaining. Frozen might still be an issue. It's probably getting dangerously close now towards S2G.
But the question is who goes first, because if you get locked into the fight with S2G, all of a sudden, Brute Force's duo comes over the hillside. It's difficult to go for that push. Beşiktaş trying to hold off effect, and will be able to do so at the cost of a knock to Kakali and a lot of damage to the rest of their team. It just goes to show you just how strong effect can be, but even he was not enough to take on 3 players from Beşiktaş. Unfortunately, for Team Spirit, that will draw their day to a close. However, a very successful day for them, seeing themselves up towards the top of those tables. Nades being sent over the top towards that NIGMA Galaxy position as Brute Force try and open a little gap, a doorway for them to try and slip through.
He's flying overhead right now. Trying to lift that one out, but no, not for long. These 4 players goes down. Future Lord left remaining, but Neos
Getting rezzed up fairly quickly on that side.
G finally try and take pot shots of one another. Hawker attempting to hold on to the off angle, but has to regroup with his team now. Won't be able to do it. Just falls to the ground. Coops finally shows up once again today. Goes for the 1v2 and makes it happen.
Man's a machine. He keeps it cool, slick on that western side. 2 players alive for them. With Virtus Pro potentially losing a player if they don't get this res, might be enough to take it all the way. Virtus Pro with a nade over towards Kelsey. That's a player from S2G taken down on that approach, and it looks like that flush will be put on through as well. So S2G now down to just the 2 players alive. Wild still trucking on for RCB. They want to make the most of this final match, but they will be drawn short by Virtus.pro. Still on 4 players. They do get that res. No other teams exist on more than 2.
The fact that Virtus.pro have been able to handle this so well for so long, it's honestly astounding, because they were in a really rough spot, right? Surrounded by so many teams, fending off versus BEŞİKTAŞ, Falcons, as well as Team Spirit. Not an easy push for Virtus.pro to make at all. And all the while dealing with S2G. That initial opening that Milky Way gave them meant that S2G just did not have a chance to ever peek their nose in down towards that south side, potentially cause some problems, because it was always going to be the Virtus.pro squad that would be their downfall in the end.
It is unfortunate, but it just seems to be the way this game is going. S2G just have not had the point scoring tally that they would have liked from this match either. 2 eliminations they've managed to find so far. Not quite enough to make them happy with this result. They want to go a little bit further. Pick up a couple more points, maybe take down Coops. BEŞİKTAŞ, though, losing 1 on the back line, as Coops will continue to light them up, and he finds that second. It's easy for him. Maybe even able to find an angle on towards Virtus.pro. He's been in sticky situations before. He knows how to handle it.
Oh my days, Virtus.pro, it's all going wrong for them. Purely off the back of Coops being a bit of a madman. Either he commits to that run, doesn't double back, knows exactly where he wants to go. Milky Way goes down to Lord, and this is the terrible duo I was talking about earlier. Lord and Coops. Looking to go all the way, and NIGMA Galaxy's had such a hard game of it.
But they might be able to go all the way, like you say, Blank. Just Corker remains as the remnants of Virtus.pro, they were slowed down. 2 of them committed to the push towards S2G, and they fell to the shotguns inside of the ramshackle shacks. Corker, though, still up for a fight. Lord backed off Coops. Not low, but doesn't want the rest of this engagement here. Hamzy from the high ground as well, still in with a chance. As it is the last player now still to survive. Virtus.pro swept aside. That it is the teams left in rags to try and go for it. Hamzy gets the first. Now Lord, the last bastion for NIGMA Galaxy to try and take it all the way. Hamzy breaking out wide with a chance. Spray continues to go. Blue zone pushing. Lord is there, but he's using Coops for cover. His down teammate drawing fire from Hamzy, but it's not going to matter. S2G, they needed more, and they take it. Finally that chicken dinner from what was the strongest position, but I don't think we expected it. Either way, Hamzy G shuts it down.
Yeah, I mean, I called it early on. It's either going to be RCB or S2G. As soon as that circle goes over there, it's like, right, it's an S2G game. It has to be. And then Virtus.pro shows up and everything turns topsy-turvy. I'm not convinced S2G is going to take it at all. Man, what a way to end that game. I did not think it would be Virtus.pro going out in 3rd place. Let alone NIGMA Galaxy coming from one of the hardest games I've ever seen a team play for in a long time. I will say I'm slightly disappointed in Lord. I think he did a lot of work towards that end game to get to that position. But the fact that Coops angles himself perfectly and crawls backwards and forward, I think he blocked 3 bullets. And in that moment, Lord should have just honestly went for the ADS. I don't think he should have gone for the hip spray there. You have the cover, you have the time with that body block to go for the ADS and just confirm the elimination, get the chicken dinner. I don't think they'll be too disappointed with that, though, considering that they came from a rags to riches situation.
For me, the final circle of that was really dictated by the failure of Virtus.pro to make a cohesive push towards S2G's position. I mean, obviously very difficult when Coops is shooting you because he is just so accurate with those sprays. He's really, really talented, obviously, but Virtus.pro, that was their game to lose, and they did throw it away. They lost over, like, probably close to about 10 points because of that, because they lost the bump up in placement points towards that top spot of 10. Which is a 5-point difference as well. About 3 elims. So probably, yeah, about an 8-point swing for them on a bit of a dud push.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. And I think the way that the circle ends up there as well, it does sort of play into the hands of NIGMA Galaxy, where they're able to kind of rotate further around towards the ridges on that south side, because it is that compound that gets pushed out in the end. So most of those players that were on the high ground did get ruined by that end game. But awesome to see. It's really, really, really cool. The amount of upsets that are coming through all the time, from players making a lot of the right calls and then just other teams just making better plays on top of it, despite other teams having great compounds. Let's take a quick look at who took home the most chicken dinners today, or if anyone took the most chicken dinners home today. I think it was a pretty even spread overall, but no, there was 2 Nextria wins. That's cool.
And
2
2
S2G wins.
A sandwich.
Damn. It was not an even spread whatsoever. I was very wrong.
Yeah, still 2 double chicken dinners on the day, which we saw yesterday from 2 different teams, from Moneymakers and from RCB. That was not the story today. It was a bit more fluctuating from those 2 guys, but I feel like Team Spirit kind of found their feet today. I feel like today they had a better grasp of the lobby. Second place in that Sanhok as well, I believe, against S2G, or am I thinking of a different map? I'm not entirely sure. But either way, they had some good results. And because of that, they sit themselves up top 110 points after their 12 matches that they played. Still, notably on this first page, 6 games played, but it is 70 points for IWNRX, which is the highest average points per match that we see in this lobby currently.
Yeah, it's really good. I will say that it's probably Team Spirit who's done the most double dipping in both their days. I mean, Moneymakers and Brute Force have done really, really well, but for Team Spirit, yesterday was very good. Not crazy out of this world, but today was also very good. Everyone else, I would say, kind of had like their pop-off day 1 or pop-off day 2, right? But for NIGMA Galaxy, down in 5th place, tied up with RCB. Taking a look further down towards the bottom of the rankings here, you got Digital Athletics set with 24 points. Virtus Pro 25. They really need to get those numbers up. And 3D Max still in 11th place, so they have a chance to prove themselves once again. I mean, if they are on what we saw them do yesterday, you know, it's 100 points. It's only 10 points behind Team Spirit, which is nice to see.
Yeah, their average is still pretty strong, which is obviously why being on that front page with only 6 matches is really impressive from IW Next Ruya. They are, like I say, the highest average total points right now in the tournament after their 2 chicken dinners today. Obviously, down towards the bottom of the tables, a little bit disappointing from the Gladiators, and actually in general, from the Group B teams, I feel like we didn't really see... well, hang on a minute. No, sorry, not from IW Next Ruya, who did have their first games today. They were very good, but they kind of stole the thunder from Virtus Pro, G Gladiators, and Na'Vi as well. Let's take a look at MVP on the day. I'm thinking I know who it is. I'm not going to spoil it. Sorry?
It's obviously Coops again,
You think it's
right?
Coops again?
Surely.
It's definitely not Coops again. I
think it's Kynes.
No, it's Nomi. There it is.
There's no way.
Team Spirit.
Cool.
The guy, I mean,
Awesome.
The team did really well, and he was consistently doing all the work. I mean, a lot of the time. You have Naomi as well. I feel like Effect was getting a lot of elims today, but Nomi was sort of, whenever we saw the wrap up from Team Spirit, was getting a lot more damage on board. So, I mean, the guy deserves it.
Yeah, awesome. I wonder who they'll pick for tomorrow for their challenge TDM.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I mean, might as well pick Moneymakers, to be honest. It felt like
Yeah.
after that, actually, that's an
No, no,
interesting
no.
point. After the TDM, the Moneymakers just like fell off because they lost. I don't know. Maybe there's something to
It
it.
killed them.
Yeah.
It killed them inside. Maybe this is NIGMA Galaxy's plan all along. It's like, we can ruin them. Just ruin their emotional
day?
state today.
Ruined.
Disappointment overall. But yeah, a sad day for Moneymakers. Could have been a lot better, but losing that TDM just was not the play, as it was NIGMA Galaxy who unleashed the beast with Monster Energy. Thank you very much for sponsoring us here at PMSL EMEA. You too can also unleash the beast at home. Just grab one, pull the pin, feel better. Not right now though, it's late.
Yeah, it's a little bit. It's close
It's
to
not
bedtime for
unleash the
me.
beasting time right
I'm
now.
going to be
Bring
recaging
one
the
for
beast,
tomorrow.
starting to give it a lovely chamomile tea or something, and then tomorrow we'll be back unleashing the beast with the sponsors Monster. Thank you very much for watching. I've been John Allen. With me is Blank. We'll see you tomorrow for more live action here at the PMSL EMEA.